Check, check, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Bob was on lows. Check 1, 2. Let's go ahead and test our audio. Get shareable link. If one of you guys could be so kind to go ahead and test the audio on this link to just double check that that's coming through on that side before we get started and record a bunch of
Sure. On not through Discord, through something else.
through the YouTube. I mean, you guys can hear me through Discord, but that YouTube link, can you hear the stream audio through that YouTube link? If you mute this Discord and then listen through there, is the audio coming through on the YouTube side? Check, check. Audio coming through on the YouTube link for the stream. Check, check, check.
Nothing comes through. You just say coding stream.
Nothing's, no audio coming through?
No.
Okay.
I thought it was. I thought it was just a delayed version of the thing. Listen again. It was.
Oh. Can we get another another sanity check on that audio then?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's coming through? Okay. Okay. So, that being said, let's go ahead to here.
Are you sure? Because I don't hear anything. I hear you here only. I have to mute you here so I can hear the other channel. Oh, here you go. Coming now.
Check, check. You can hear it now?
Yeah, hold on. I see the chart. Hold on, give me a second.
Okay. So while we're making sure the audio is working on YouTube, on that YouTube link, actually I wonder if I just can click on this and then listen to myself double. Yes, I can. I totally can.
Yeah, it's working.
It's for sure working. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's delayed. That's why. Sorry. Go ahead.
So it's November 11th, 2022. I want to wish Happy Veterans Day to everyone out there who's got family serving. We've got a live coding stream here today. Before we start off, I actually wanted to grab some of the ideas that you guys may have come with so that I can jot them down. If it's a one sentence idea that I can write down, I'll write it down. Otherwise, I'm going to start looking at a couple of things that were unfinished business. There's a prior study that I was building for a regime calculator, but it's crashing for my buddy Papa Jax every time he tried to load it, so I was going to check into that. Also, I built this really, really neat study a couple months ago, which allows you to draw a volume profile from a different chart and time frame, and it no longer functions. It crashes. Sierra. I'm going to make this a little larger too, easier to read. It crashes Sierra. I want to investigate what. Good morning, Chris. How to set an input for a recalculate time. When you say recalculate time, do you mean like to recalculate the study? Like how to
Yeah, I mean, for example, if you're using a modified version of that Google Sheet levels and you update the levels on your Google Sheets, the study doesn't show the updated levels unless you do a manual recount.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have it that study only recalcing on a manual refresh. Would you be able to look at the Google Sheet study as well for Sierra chart? Yeah, what CO what on that Google Sheet did you want to look at? Morning, Piotr. There's numbers at 10 a.m. Looks like I think it was home sales. I don't remember exactly what it was. I thought it was home sales. Let me look. Inflation expectations, UMF, nope, it's consumer sentiment. That's what it was. Okay, so what if we start with the Google Sheet then instead? Let me pull up that study. I think it was in here. Google Sheets importer. I think that was the one. Google Sheets importer, levels importer. It was having an issue where it was flickering. I think you mentioned it may have been a memory issue. Oh, that's right. That's right. I do remember talking to you about that. So, Google Sheets memory issue. Wonder, is anyone else having that issue where it flickers and then starts to get kind of crazy fonts and flicker on the screen in the chart on the Google Sheets importer? Let's go ahead and find that study.
It works beautifully in OpenGL.
With OpenGL on?
Yeah, it works beautifully.
Oh,
Depends on the font that you choose. I chose the Samsung on UI font, which is the best I've found for OpenGL.
I'm surprised it even works for OpenGL at all, because it's using Windows GDI. That's curious. Yeah, Windows GL, OpenGL should be off in order for that to work. I wasn't even aware that it would function. But let's go ahead and take a look. Um, I don't remember if I even have this still compiled. So let's go ahead to build custom study. I'll bring this over. I'm gonna go ahead to select files, and this one was called Google Sheets importer. I'm gonna go ahead and hit build, remote build. Just do a sanity check, make sure that it does compile successfully. Morning, Mike. It does, great. Let's go ahead and add it to our chart by going to studies, add custom studies, and then finding it. I think it's this one right here. Google Sheets, I think this is defaulting to maybe one of the ones I set up. These are all the default settings, right? Let's go ahead and just add it and see what happens. And I wonder if that's gonna mess with me. Is it because I don't have anything in there? Oh yeah, they're still there from other levels. Here are my test lines right there. What I could actually do is go in there and update those. Let me grab this URL here and open it up in a browser. And with that opened up in the browser, what I can do is modify some of these to be like 3980 and 3960 and 3948 and 3940 and a rectangle from 3988 to 3922. I'm just putting in dummy data just for the sake of having something on the screen. 3932 to 3936, and then, I don't know, 4004. And then come back over here, hit refresh, and we should see all of those. Okay, that's obnoxious. Well, which one was that? What is this huge rectangle I have here? 3988. Nope, that's not the one. 3932. No, where's this huge rectangle that I have? 3988 to 3992. I think that's what I wanted. That's better. Okay, I'll go ahead and move this off screen here. Bring you guys back. Issue appears after 5 to 10 minutes up. It doesn't happen immediately, which is kind of indicative of a memory leak based on everything I've seen. That's kind of what happens. But okay, let's start with the first ask, which is while we have this up, we can wait for the memory issue to pop up, but the interval for recalc time, instead of having to manually press the recalc button on the chart, which is right here, reload and recalc is what I'm actually pressing to fetch all that anew. The request is to implement an automatic interval for reloading the entire chart. So the first thing that we're going to want to do in order to do that is add an input for the interval that we want, maybe in seconds, maybe in minutes. Mobester, you want it in minutes or seconds? What's your preference?
Minutes. I mean, for levels, you're not going to want to change them. Second.
That's a good point. I mean, someone else might, but they can change the math that we'll do. So we'll do it in minutes. And let's see, I'll just create another input here, and this will be our recalc interval input. And what we can do is just copy that last one, and I'll make it input 10, and I'll name it I recalc interval. Now we're going to need to set it to a default. And what I'm thinking about as I'm thinking how this might potentially work is 0 might be off, and then 1 would be like recalc every 1 minute, and then 5 would be recalc every 5 minutes, etc. But 0 would be off. And what do we need to do? Well, the first thing we need to do is actually define what that input is. So we named it recalc interval here. Let's go ahead into our defaults code block, which exists right here to down here. This is where we're going to specify what that input actually looks like in the settings window in Sierra Chart. So instead of calling, I'm going to just copy the one above here, and I'm going to say recalc interval dot name is recalculation interval. 0 equals off, 5 equals 5 minutes. And here we're going to do set integer, and I'm going to default it to 0. So I'll default it to off. What I might do is actually build this on a seconds interval, so I don't have to wait 60 seconds each time, and then add in the math for the minutes, which is going to be just multiplication by 60. So the next thing we need to do is actually build out how we're going to detect what the most recent time that we had a recalculation on. I think I have this utilized somewhere else, and I could go copy it. Actually, I am going to go copy it. Let's go find where that is. I don't know if it's from... No, it's not going to be in the exhaustion. Maybe in the... Is it going to be in here? Let me take a look. Interval. Oh, I'm up here. Run this code every X seconds. Okay. So we want to do something similar to this. The interval that we're going to be supplying is an integer of minutes. We're going to keep a last updated and then use the current system date time as an object, and then translate that into seconds, or I don't think we need to go down to milliseconds, but then we will just keep restoring that. So let's build it out from scratch using this as a template. So this input recalc interval, we've set it up. We have given it a name. We've given it a default. And then right here up at the top, we want to go ahead and calculate the last time we ran this study. But we only want to do that if the recalculation interval is greater than 0. So let's go ahead and pull it down into a local integer, and we'll just call this recalc interval. And this is going to be equal to I recalc interval dot get integer. That's going to take whatever the person put into the input here. It's going to be a new one down here, but it's going to take whatever this value is, and it's going to grab it and store it into this integer I'm naming recalc interval. So we'll take that, and then the next thing we want to do is actually have a piece of memory that is going to be persisting between calls, because we need to remember what time it actually fired on the previous call. Since this code gets rerun on every single tick, that's a new call every single tick, if we don't store it in some kind of memory that persists between these different ticks and different calls, we won't actually have the last time that the recalculation was performed or updated. So one thing we want to make sure of before we do that is that we're not using get persistent memory spot by anything else. So let's go ahead and say get persistent integer, and you can see right here we're using get persistent int 1 already. We don't want to reuse that because then we'll wipe out whatever request state is using that for. Here is, oh, in this same file, we're actually doing it right here. Look at this. Keep track of the last write time. Interesting. I had it down here, but it doesn't look like we're using it. Let's implement it up here at the top though. So what we're going to say is integer last updated, but I'm putting an ampersand at the beginning of it, and I'll explain why in a second, is equal to sc.get persistent integer, and instead of using 1, because 1 was used down there for something else, I'm just going to choose a different one. I'll just choose 9. It doesn't matter, you could use 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to use 9 so we don't have any collisions. And right now in the first run, this is actually going to be an unknown value that we're pulling from get persistent integer 9. Because what this is actually doing, haven't I gone through this before with you guys, how this works? Should I draw this out again? Does anybody want to see that?
If it's in another video, just listen.
You broke up there. I think you said it's in another video.
No, if it is in another video, just tell us and I'll go and watch the other video sometime.
Yeah, it is. I think it is in another video. Essentially, this is a special function that Sierra Chart exposes that allocates a block of memory, of physical memory, and it has different slots like mailboxes, essentially. If you think about it, visualize it like mailboxes where you can store different mail or values. And so I'm choosing mailbox 9 to store this last updated value. The thing is, though, on the first run, mailbox 9 was owned by someone else, and I don't know if there's actually mail, junk, food leftovers. I don't know what's in there. I'm being facetious, but you get the point. There's an unknown value inside here, potentially a memory address, potentially a value of some sort that was stored from some prior access to that memory that this is pointing to. So right now, this is not dependable, this last updated on the first run. We can't rely on it because we don't actually know. We're going to be setting this explicitly here at the bottom, and then it is dependable on the next run and going forward. But and CO, I'm looking, and it's been like what 5-10 minutes, and I don't see any issues here on this. Would it usually happen to you by then? Sometimes it takes longer. Okay. Okay. We'll keep watching. And the reason there's an ampersand here is because we're not actually going to store the um, the value of what's in here into last updated. No, we're going to store the value of what's in here into the memory address of last updated. And we have a couple things hitting highs here, but we'll just ignore that. Microsoft and Netflix. Okay, so going next, the first thing we need to do is pull down into a local variable just what the current time is. So grab actual current time. And that looks like this. We need to actually specify or declare an SC date time object, which is a special object that holds information about the date and time that Sierra Chart built. And I'll just name it like I did up there, now. And the call to fetch it is sc.current system date time. That's going to get you whatever time your clock is saying down here, essentially. That's going to be stored in the variable I named now. Now I want to convert that into a flat number. specifically into seconds, which will later be minutes, hours, whatever you want. So I'm going to make an integer, and I'm going to call it time in seconds. And it's going to be now.get time in seconds. And what that's going to do is it's going to take this object called sc datetime which is a representation of the current time in the system, and it's going to say, hey, object, give me the actual time right now from the, this is actually going to be the number of seconds since the epoch, which is midnight January 1st of 1970, and you can Wikipedia why that is. I won't go into it now. I think I've covered that in a prior video as well, but this is actually going to be the number of seconds between right now and midnight January 1st, 1970. And that's going to be a flat number. That's why I can store it as an integer. It doesn't have to be an object. And that's going to be the current time in seconds. We're going to store in there. Now, we actually need to do our check if enough time has elapsed to do a recalc. That's not a question, but that's an action that we need to take. And basically, it's going to look like if our last updated time plus our recalc interval is greater than the current time right now, then we have not elapsed enough time. Do not recalc. Okay? And so what we'll do there is we'll just return and bomb out, just like we're doing up here. Pretty much just copying right what we have up here, but walking through it line by line. If we have elapsed past, then what we need to do is set our last updated time to whatever the current time is in seconds. And then run through all this, go ahead and pull down, re-update all of this, and then, and meta's on highs, and then this will be updated. Update our marker for when we last updated. And so what will happen, let's walk through this as it goes. So we come in, let's pretend that recalc interval is set to, I don't know, 5 seconds, okay? We look at, we grab this last updated value, which we don't know what it is the first time around. We grab the current time. We convert that into a flat number of seconds, so it'll be like millions, billions, I don't know how many seconds. A lot of seconds since January 1st, midnight, 1970. And then we're basically saying, since the last time we did update, plus 5 seconds, is that actually greater than the time we last checked? Oh, it's not? Okay, then don't run anything, don't pull down the latest. If we have passed that interval, then go ahead and update the last updated so that right here, when we perform this check on the next tick, it won't actually pull in everything and it will just bomb out. And then go ahead and pull the latest from the Google Sheet. So let's go ahead and, well, actually, let me pause there. Are there any questions about that? Okay, let's go ahead and compile this. Remote build. And what I need to do is actually remove the Google Sheets importer from my chart. Why? Because I've added an input and I've modified the defaults section right here, this section right here. When you modify this or add an input or a subgraph, you have to remove the study from the chart and re-add it. That's just one of the things you have to do. Okay, so let's take a look. I have recompiled. Here we are, and then we have our new input. Recalc interval.name is recalculation interval. 0 is equal to off, 5 is equal to 5 minutes. And you can see the default is set to 0. This is exactly what we wrote in here. And you know what we forgot to do? I'm throwing you guys under the bus. I forgot to put in a piece of code for only doing this check if it's above 0, right? So we have to put that in as well. Oops, where am I? Here I am. To do. Automatically if interval set to greater than 0. So we'll need to add that later. Let's go ahead and set this to 5 seconds. And there it goes. And then let me pull down the this guy. And entry zone, and let's call it entry zone updated, and we'll make it red. And let's see if in 5 seconds it pulls this down and updates it. Feel like it's been more than 5 seconds. Disney's on highs. Okay, let's start debugging. What's wrong? I put 5 right here. That means that this is going to be set to 5 right there, which means, oh, I know why. No, that can't be why. No, that can't be why. Let's keep walking through it. Oh, I got a question here. Oh, it's from someone else. Recalc. Okay, so we've got 5 here. We're grabbing the latest updated time, which is nothing here. Grabbing the latest time of the system right here, converting that to seconds, and we're saying that plus 5. If that's greater than that, then grab it and pull it down. Then update this. But that's not triggering. So what do we do? Well, I don't really know where the problem is. So the first thing I need to do is actually start spitting stuff out to the debug log in order to track down where this problem is actually occurring. So I want to make sure that I have a messaging object, and I do. A logging object. I just created an SC string called message, and that's what I'm going to use to spit stuff out. So let's do a sanity check. Let's say message.format and say our recalc interval. Oh, there it is. CO, it just happened. Right there. Right there. That's the memory issue right there. Happening. Interesting. Did you guys catch that? Now, you see how the graphics just got all wonky? So there is a memory leak in here, but I don't know how to re-trigger it, but that definitely caused it. I'm pretty sure the only way to fix that is to shut the chart book down entirely too. Interesting. So we'll have to look into that as well. But to finish the thought here, I want to spit out what we're actually setting for the recalc interval. So I'm going to put recalc interval there, and I'm going to say sc add message to log of message. The one makes the debug log pop up on the screen here. So that's one thing. Another thing that I want to do is I actually want to see what the last updated time is. So I'm actually going to add on to this. Last updated time is equal to this, and that's going to be in seconds. Last updated. Because it's going to be time in seconds, right? And then let's see. Let's also grab time in seconds. So I'll add another third line, time in seconds, and then time in seconds. And this is all just to debug. Now, I'm also going to add another debug right here, and it's going to say bombing out early, no recalc, no automatic recalc. And then this one I'm going to say full or automatic recalc triggered right there. So 3 messages. Let's go ahead and yeah, I will have to restart Sierra because of this memory leak that's happening in here. And then we have to go look at where that's happening. I bet it has to do with these persistent values that I'm not doing safety checks on to see if they are blank or null. It's probably because of that. So let me, you know what I can do is I can probably save, no, I can't save this. All of Sierra chart needs to be shut down. Brutal. All of Sierra needs to be shut down. So let's build this. I can't even build that. I have to just shut down Sierra. Interesting. Save all, nope. Shut it all down. Opening Sierra. At least I think I'm opening Sierra. Let's create a new chart book. Let's open intraday chart of, where's the ES? Window, detach. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and save this so that we don't have to redo this each time. Range, tools, F5, data limiting, I only need 3 days. Session times, I want Eastern. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and save this as live coding stream 11:11. That way, if it dies again. Okay. So let's go ahead and build our Google Sheets importer. Make sure that's going. Drink some coffee. I will say this, 99% of coding is drinking coffee. Let's go ahead and add the Google Sheets importer. I'm going to set this to 5, and then let's go ahead and see what we get. Now here's my error log on this other monitor that just popped up. So we can see here, bombing out early, no recalc, and then there was a recalc triggered. I just saw one right there. So it is recalculating every 5 seconds, and it is bombing out. Last updated, da da da. All of that looks right to me. Recalc triggered. I'm trying to get to the top here. Yeah, this all looks correct to me, which is curious. Okay, so let's try to make another change on the Google Sheet because this doesn't really make sense. There's my entry zone that got updated. I'm going to call this updated 2 and I'll switch it to yellow. Now, let's look at here. Bombing out early. Let's look for the next recalc time. Right there. So we got a recalc right there, but it didn't actually update. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this off right now. And I want to look at the last recalc. I want to pause the log essentially and look at the last recalc. Where was it? Right there. Automatic recalc triggered. So the time in seconds was 5 seconds more than last updated. It did go ahead and do that, but what it didn't do is pull down everything afresh. So it looks like the mechanism for triggering it is happening every 5 seconds, but um, we're not actually triggering a refresh. I'm going to remove this one where it's bombing out early. I don't think we need that one. We just need the automatic recalc triggered. Now let's try to figure out why it's not actually happening. Ah, and there it is, guys, right here. I have on line 163, I am explicitly, this is why it's so important to drink copious amounts of coffee. Uh, on line 163 here, I am explicitly gating and only allowing this to run on a full recalc where the sc.index is equal to 0. What is sc.index? That's the internal marker of what bar we're on, and um, we are on the last bar, not on the 0 bar. We're on the last bar on this chart. The only time you can get to the 0 bar is when you do a full recalc like this, hitting this button. Or I just use the insert key that I hotkey mapped, or might be the default. But that's why we're not triggering on this. So what can we do about that? If we get to this point here, that means that we already have passed this part. So we don't actually want to have this gate here. The only time we want to do that is if we have this situation where we only want to do manual recalcs. So I think I need to add another condition where I say and recalc interval is equal to 0. I need to add that to my conditional here. So I'm going to add this and say and recalc interval is explicitly equal to 0. So 0 means off. If we are set to 5, it won't, no, then I won't get in here at all. So that won't work. Hold on a second, I have this backwards. Then it won't get in here at all. sc.index equals 0 requires it to be a full recalc, and the recalc interval equals 0, which means that it'll only get in here. I actually want it to be the opposite of that, don't I? Let's start with this. Let's comment this out, and let's say we always go into this code block. Let's see what happens with that. So I'm going to go ahead and build. I'm going to go ahead and clear my log. I'm going to let this build. And then I'm going to go ahead and add that study back into here. I'm going to set this interval to 5. Going to hit OK. First run. Okay, so there we go. Now let's go ahead and update this to red, and we'll make this 3. And let's see what we get here on the next update. And there it was, but we did not get an update again. So that is not, oh, it did. It did update. It just took a second to update the chart. Okay, that's what we want to do. Now let's go ahead and set this to entry zone 4, and I'll make it blue. And let's see how quickly this should be within 5 seconds that this gets updated. Entry zone 4, but the blue did not get updated. Why did it not update to blue? It did, it just was maybe because it was in between those two edits and it just never got there. So, I mean, I'm trying to edit it between 5-second runs, but that looks like it's working now. Now the question is what will happen if we do that off situation where we have a 0? What would actually happen? Before I actually make that change, what I want to do is walk through the code and figure out what would actually happen if we had that be a 0. If we had that be a 0, this would be a 0 recalc interval, and then we would always be recalculating, or would we? No, we'd always be at the last updated time at the best case scenario, so we would never, I don't think we'd ever fall into this conditional. ever. So it'd just be constantly recalculating over and over if we had it at 0, which we don't want, right? We don't want that. What we want is for if we have 0 for it to not automatically recalculate. So I think what we'd want right here is, where's the one I commented out? Right here. If the recalc interval is 0, and we have done a full recalc, then I want to go into this code block. But there's a couple other side cases. Dave says, what if you use an or between the two conditions? Which two conditions were you looking at, Dave? The one you had previously where the recalc was not equal to 0. Oh, like right in here? If it's either 0 or the the interval is 0. The problem is if the interval, hold on, would that work? Because if this was an or here, and then you said or recalc interval is equal to 0, what would happen? If the recalc interval is 5, then it would not be equal to 0, and it would also not be equal to 5, so we would never get it in here, thus we would never get a refresh. So we don't want that. So that would not get us into here. Oh, not equal to 0, like this is what you're saying. So you're saying if the if the recalc interval is 5, we come in here, we're not at this, but also this is, we could say is greater than 0, right? It's greater than 0. It's 5, so we do allow it in. Otherwise, if it is 0, as long as we are on the first bar, thus having triggered a full recalc. Yes, Dave, I think you are correct. I think you are correct. That is the logic that we need. So in this, we'll only run on a full recalc, or if recalc interval is set to is set. So if the recalc interval is 0, it will only come in here when we are doing a full recalc. If the recalc interval is not 0, it will only come in here if that time has surpassed and we get all the way down to here, and that should hit there. So I think that's correct. Good eye. Let's go ahead and build this again. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and move this blue to yellow. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000, 4, 1000, 5, 1000. There she goes. Okay. And then now let's go ahead and modify this to be 0. And then what I'll do is make this blue again. And we should not see any updates on this side. And we don't. We don't. And then if I hit refresh automatically by going to here and recalc, then we do get it. But otherwise, we won't. So if I change this to green, we won't see that. But if we change this to be every 10 seconds, then we will. Looks like it doesn't run on the first time after you set the defaults, but then it runs every time after that. But after 10 seconds, it should pull everything in. Let's refresh. There's that. Go to blue. In 10 seconds. Should be coming up here soon. There it is, and there it goes. I think that pretty much does it for this one. I'm going to go ahead and remove some of these dumps. And then recalculate. So, Mobester, you requested this one. Is this what you were looking for? Oh, you wanted minutes, didn't you?
Well, it doesn't matter. Seconds would be fine. I mean, minutes I can change that to.
Right, so time in seconds. So if you wanted minutes, what would you need to do? Well, right here, you would need to convert this and this and multiply by 60 for when you're doing, or rather here on this recalc interval. So if you have this truly being minutes and someone enters 5, then your recalc interval in minutes, where is this used everywhere? Recalc interval in minutes, and then this is your recalc interval in seconds. And then you can just say recalc interval in minutes times 60. And then this becomes in seconds. Right? So what are you saying? You're saying I'm going to grab the interval in minutes from the input, I'm going to multiply it by 60 seconds, and I'm going to continue using seconds as a way to track the time, but that's under the hood, and the user doesn't need to worry about that because they can just do it in minutes based off of that. So that's what that would look like. Okay.
Can I ask you a question about the
Of course.
same? Okay. Basically, what I'm looking for is I have a shortcut to receipt the recent bid and offer on the DOM. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So every time I have to push it from time to time. Is there any way I can make it automatic, like a macro, like a script? 5 seconds, 4 seconds, same setup, but only
So
to
yeah,
trigger shortcut.
yeah, you could use the exact same setup as this, where you would put like let me paste this in. Oops, I need to grab the last one right there. I'll put this in here for you.
Thank you.
So you would use, and you know what I'll do is I'll actually put the entire file so you guys all have it. This is with interval for automatic refresh included. I'll get this up on the GitHub later, but just for you guys now. What you would do is basically take this code block here. Don't forget this line 127, the time. This is very important. If you miss this one, you won't get updates. But then you would put the thing that you want to do, which is fetching your bid ask, most recent bid ask, right after it. So it would only happen every time the interval passes. And anything you wanted to, if you wanted to bomb out before the interval passes, you would leave this return in place. But you'd put your get recent bid ask logic in here after this code block. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it a go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very good at coding, but I will do what you ask.
You know, me neither. Okay, so that is that. Now, the next thing that we were going to look at is potential places for memory leaks, because we did see the issue that CO was mentioning where this gets all wonky after about an hour. A part of me wonders if that was related to the way I was accessing this, but let's explore this a little bit more. I think there's a couple spots for potential memory leaks, and I might have to go back to the Sierra documentation here because it's been a while. But anytime you're accessing these parts of memory and you're not checking them like I'm doing here, this is the fast way, but it's not the safe way. Because we're not actually checking what we got back from here. We're trusting blindly that it's something quote unquote safe. And that's probably where this is encountering issues. So you need to code defensively around that type of situation. But I'm not a C++ coder, so and I like to do things fast. So who wears a seatbelt or a helmet in those cases? But that's probably what's happening is that we're grabbing something from here eventually that it doesn't like. So I'm looking through where else could this potentially be happening? Well, it could also potentially be happening here. Here we have some memory being allocated, actually just a pointer, for an object called price label that I built. I'm looking for other spots for potential memory leaks. Tokens, that might be another one. I'm looking for any place that's dealing with memory. Here's another one potentially. And I'm looking for just something blatant and flagrant. Here's what we're calling our draw to chart. This we don't even need anymore because we're doing it at the top there now. Here is where we're, okay, so it's probably, it's probably related to this get persistent pointer for these price label objects. I bet that's where it's related to. That seems like the most flagrant one. Let's go review what we're doing here. There are two places where we're using this price labels thing. And what is this actually doing? A price label is a structure that I built at the top here. A structure is just like a simple object, and it's just a memory structure. And I called it price label. And what it contains inside of it is the ability to store a price, some kind of string like high test or entry zone or low test, and then the color. And that's what comprises of each of these horizontal lines. Each of these horizontal lines has an instance of price label representation in memory, which is why they're getting loaded like this. And so that's where those price labels are coming from. And where are they used? They're used right here. Here we're creating a vector of them. That's essentially a C++ array of these price label objects. And we're creating a vector of them. And actually, it's a pointer to a vector of them. We're not actually creating the vector itself. We're creating a pointer to the vector. And what are we doing on this side? On this side, we are getting the memory address of persistent pointer 0. And then we're storing it to this pointer that we are creating to this vector. And we're calling it pointer price labels. So this is a bunch of memory stuff that's happening. I wonder if this makes sense to open up our old friend here, our drawing pad. Oops. I'll just move this whole thing over. Actually, let me move it over here. Okay, so we have what's actually happening here. Let's break this down. This is useful for me as well. We do have an object that I am calling price label. That's this guy up here, remember? Price label can store a price. It can store a message. and it can store a color. That's what this object can do. Apples and highs. Okay? Then, down here, we're creating a vector of these. And so what that's doing is a vector is very similar to an array. You can think of it kind of like this. What is this? This is L, line. L is line. Let's pretend, oh, where's L? There's L. This is memory over here, okay? Just a random block of memory. And what we're saying is, what we're telling the code is that we want to create a pointer that will represent a vector of price labels. We want to create a pointer, okay? We want to create a pointer to a list of these objects. That's what the intent is here, and that's why it has actually the asterisk should be right there, I think. On this side, what's happening is we're saying sc.getPersistentPointer 0. This right here, what this is doing, I'm gonna move this stuff over here, and I'm gonna say Sierra chart memory allocation area is over here. So pretend there's just like a logical divide here. Here's a bunch of memory blocks in Sierra that Sierra has allocated. So this is physical memory. And by saying get persistent pointer 0, we are saying, hey, Sierra chart, you know that spot in memory that you're keeping a list of different places where we can store pointers? Give me the address, give me the memory address of this first one, the 0 element. So each of these has a memory address. So this could be that, this could be that, this could be that, and so on, right? I'll just do it like that. Get persistent pointer 0 from our code, what that's doing is it's saying, hey, go here and give me the actual memory address, not the contents, but the memory address. That's going to be Jesus. That's going to be this thing right here. Give me this. This is a short form of a memory address. I'm just simplifying it. And that's what this function returns. Is this 0 by 001? Again, simplified. It's returning a memory address, and where it's putting it is it's storing that memory address as the place where P price labels is pointing to. Okay, so now P price labels is pointing to 0 by 001. P price labels is not equal to 0 by 001, no. P price labels is pointing to the memory location of 001. And you know what memory location 001 is doing? It's pointing to this, which is the start of the price label vector, which is the list of these price label objects. And so right now, at the beginning, they're empty. There's nothing in here. And then what do we do? If the price label, if the pointer itself is null, meaning if this memory location contains no pointer to the actual structure in memory that's going to be holding this, then what we need to do is actually create and instantiate a new vector at that location. So this itself, the contents of this, is actually also a memory location. Have I lost you guys? Am I going too deep into this? This is kind of important though for understanding. Like this is not easy, but this is important.
One of the beauties is we can watch it again.
Yeah, it's true. And see me stumble through trying to explain memory. The beauty of working with higher level languages is you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. It's all taken care of you. But in C, you do have to worry about it. And it really comes down to understanding how machines allocate and distribute memory and how different variables can access different pieces of memory. And so let's walk through this quickly again. P price labels is a pointer. The address of the pointer is getting set by get persistent int. This is that call, get persistent or pointer 0. That's what this call is. And this call is saying here's persistent pointer 0. What's the memory address of it? The memory address of it is 0 by 001. That's what's getting pointed to by P price labels. So P price labels is now pointing to whatever this thing is, and this thing is actually a memory address of 1 by 009, which is actually this right here. And this right here is the beginning of the vector of price labels. You're like, why the hell does it have to be so complicated? Well, the reason it has to be so complicated is because, one, we need this to persist across multiple calls. We can't have this being blown away, this list of different price labels on every single tick. We don't want to have to go fetch the Google Sheet on every single incoming tick that's coming into the ES or whatever symbol you're looking at. We don't want that. So it has to be somehow persisting across calls, and this is the mechanism that Sierra Chart allows us to accomplish that. But where's our leak? It might be right here, actually. This might be the leak right here. I'm trying to think. I made this a while ago, and I think I made this at a time when I didn't fully understand what the definition of this function was. Let's pull up the Sierra chart. ACSIL Sierra chart. Get persistent pointer. So all the get persistent functions get you a reference to a persistent variable. So they're getting you the memory address to a persistent variable. So they're getting you the memory address right here, 0 by 001, of a persistent variable. But getting a persistent pointer, a pointer is what? It's also a memory address. If this was get persistent int, it would give you the value of the integer in here, but we're trying to get the value of a pointer. So we're getting the memory address of a thing that's pointing to a memory address, if that makes sense. Set persistent is for setting a value into the persistent variable identified by that parameter. I don't think this is what we want. I think that what we want is just to do the get, because that gives us the memory address, which gives us this memory address, which gets us to the spot where that. So I'm not sure that we need to do that. P price labels is already pointing to the memory address that we're getting from here. So why do we need to do this? I'm going to try to comment this out and see if it just completely destroys the program. I don't think we need this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we need this. Where is the next spot where we use this? It's down here. This is where we're inserting stuff, and then we're down here where we grab it from here, get persistent point 0. Again, this is where we come back here in a different part of the code at a later point in time and say, hey, what are we pointing at here? Oh, we're pointing at this. There's the vector of price labels. Now I can rip through them and render them onto the chart using WinGDI. So that's what that is. Let's see if we, let's see how much we break by doing this. Oh, it already did its thing, but I didn't even get a chance to build a study. So what we're gonna have to do is we'll have to close Sierra chart again, unless I can close the chart book, which I don't think I'll be able to do. Nope, I can't close the chart book because. So I'm gonna kill Sierra chart again. Gonna open it back up. Come on. I'm gonna open my coding stream, one that I built just for this purpose to get spun back up very quickly. We're gonna go ahead and build the Google Sheets importer again with the change of commenting out the set persistent pointer piece. And now we're getting actually a recalc interval was not declared. Did you mean iRecalc interval? What do you mean recalc interval was not? Did I make a typo somewhere else? Recalc interval. Oh, I see. Recalc interval min in seconds. I see, I see. Or minutes. That's what that needs to be. Yeah, let's try that. I should probably kill this version and then remove attachment because that's going to be wrong. I'll re-upload this at the end. Okay, there we go. So now we can add our study back. We can set this to 1. Hit refresh. And it's going to take 1 minute to pull everything in. That's another thing we're going to have to fix. Google Sheets, make it load immediately before recalc interval. So that's annoying. But it appears to be functioning, even with that cleared out. So while we're waiting for the 1 minute to elapse, let's go ahead and fix this other thing, this make it load immediately before the recalc interval is done. And how would we do that? Well, we'd have to somehow detect when we're running on the first, like on a first load. How would we do that? It's not triggering on this. I feel like it's been over a minute and it's not loading anything. No, actually it froze Sierra chart entirely. Caught exception, there we go. There we go. So it was bombing out. Caught exception in Sierra chart. Okay. So it did not like this. And my guess is that because, so I guess we do need this because this was actually setting this new vector into that spot. So that must not have been the spot where we're getting the memory leak. Let's try recalcing or rebuilding. No longer getting tons of errors, but then that leaves us with further questions as to where that could potentially be causing that memory leak. So this is setting this vector into that spot where persistent pointer 0 is pointing to. It is now pointing to the new vector that we created if p price labels, which we got from sc get persistent pointer, is null. Okay. But then we don't know where our memory leak is. There go the values getting pulled in. Where could the memory leak be? And why would it happen after a long time? That's another confusing piece. Why would it happen? Why would it not happen right away? Why would it happen after a long time? What's Valgrind? C memory leak detector? Oh, I didn't know that there was such a thing. C I'm a bester. Um, maybe that would be good. I don't know. Do you guys see a spot where I have a potential memory leak? That, that. But then where is that being referenced? It's just grabbing that there, grabbing various ones there. Maybe it's the SC index call, Chris says. SC index is only to be used when you set auto loop to 1. Which SC index call? This one right here? Where am I? No, it was down here. No, it wasn't. This one right here on 158? Because this is read-only call. I'm just looking at what is the value of SC index. I use this in, or maybe you're talking about a different spot. I use this in almost every single study that I do. I wonder if it has something to do with the HTTP request. Hey, CO, does it happen to you that memory leak um, if you do a bunch of refreshes, or is it just happening when you just stay on the screen for a long time? Because if you're not doing a bunch of refreshes, you stay on the screen for a long time and it happens. Okay. So if you're not doing a bunch of refreshes, it's never actually going through this piece. And then it's never going through this piece. It's just, so it shouldn't even go through here because it's not even, yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, look at the market. Wow. Persistent point label. Let me share this most recent version with the corrected bug there. What happened? Why are we just dropping out like this? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I am guessing that it has something to do with this, but it's hard to say. I wonder try using it CO for a little bit with this refresher on. I wonder if refreshing it regularly will actually take care of that issue because it's going to be wiping out that vector and reseeding it. So I wonder if we should try to do that. How does that sound? Okay. I know that's not ideal, but okay. What else we got? We did a Google Sheets. What else you guys got? Totally off topic. Whenever you're done, I'm beginning my coding journey. My goal is to do back testing and maybe custom SC studies, and that's maybe. What do you recommend I start with? Right now I'm going through CS50. What is CS50? Look what Morph said in the other chat. What other chat? Am I missing a chat? What other chat? The thread. The thread. The thread. Coding. Oh, I did not even see this. Did you set it up to be 5 minutes or 5 seconds? You'll use some of the functions in the script to clear the columns. Maybe Google Drive timeout. Maybe it's the SC index call. They say using try on a local copy. See it. Local copy. See if that happened again. Maybe Google Drive timeout. Um, I I don't think so because it is um for two reasons. One, I don't think he's getting throttled by API limits from Google Drive because it is his personal spreadsheet, not something he's sharing with millions of people who are hitting it every single day. So that's one. Um, but yeah, and also if it was a timeout on Google, like it was too many tries, then it wouldn't work when I hit refresh. It just wouldn't show anything because it wouldn't get anything back. That's another reason. Let's throw all the comments into the main coding because I totally missed all of those comments. Sorry guys, I did not see those. Beginning Harvard computer science course. It's free on the YouTube. So what should you start with? I'm not familiar with CS50, but I last time I took CS courses was a couple of decades ago. But yeah, just basics. What do you start with? You start with data structures, and then you also start with basic logic. That's your ifs, your if conditionals, your ands, your ors, all that fun stuff. Um, did you go through like do you understand the difference between ands and ors? And then for data structures, do you know the difference between things like an integer versus a floating point precision variable versus like an array versus a list versus some kind of other object? Not so much the other stuff. Okay. So you know like as we're going through this stuff, like here you can see different like if this variable is null, then do this, like all that makes sense. Otherwise do this. If SC index is 0 or this one is 0, then do this, etc., etc. So if you have a grasp on all of that, then I would go into learning data structures. You need to understand how data can be transported, moved, manipulated, all that stuff. This is one of the most important, in my opinion, topics of computer science fundamentals in order to be able to leap into more complex stuff. You need to be able to understand why, especially for languages like C, why when you try to print out a float, but you're telling the compiler that it's an integer that you're printing out, why it does not print out correctly. You know, like if you say printf, or what's that Sierra chart one is called, format, message.format, my integer, and then my float, and you put it like that. If you have a float, but you're trying to spit it out as an integer, which %d is telling the compiler that it's an integer, this should actually be %f to spit out a float. But if you're telling the compiler to spit out your float as an integer, the compiler will do that. It will try to represent your floating point precision variable as an integer and spit it out, which will make it look not correct, and it'll just look wonky. So you have to understand the differences between these, maybe even down to the point, maybe this is too far, but maybe even down to the point of what does an integer look like in memory? Like in physical memory, what does this look like if you have an integer versus a floating point number? You can see, just go on to Wikipedia. Well, not. Look at this like computer memory. How integers are stored in memory. You ever heard of like 32-bit, 64-bit processors, etc.? So that comes into play here as well. So it all ends up tying into computer hardware, and it ultimately ends up all boiling straight down to um, ones and zeros. So when you are trying to store an integer in a 32-bit environment, um, this is what that representation can look like. This is what the representation of other numbers looks like. Um, this might be overkill for basic programming, but if you want to really, really understand the fundamentals of why, you won't need this for higher level languages like Python and JavaScript and other stuff. But if you want to be able to be fluid in C, you kind of need to understand how the hardware interacts with these different types of data structures. You can't store a floating point precision number in a memory location for an integer because there's not enough spaces to represent the precision that a floating point number um, has. A great example of this is 2 divided by 3. Well, how do you store that fraction in memory in a computer? Like maybe you should like YouTube that actually. YouTube just like data structure courses and just listen to them. Maybe even if you only catch 50% of it, it's just going to help. Maybe just like go to sleep with data structure courses being discussed and why these different things are stored in the way they are on the hardware side. Are you planning to create a short course of C++ and Sierra chart on your channel? No, definitely not. Definitely not. I am not a C++ programmer. I There's plenty of folks out there who have made excellent courses on YouTube for free of C++. Um, I'll try to put out Sierra chart stuff when I can. If the children give me sleep, I will put out more. But no, there's no plans to create courses or anything like that. Integer is 10 and floating point is 10.1. Yeah, so an integer wouldn't have a decimal. An integer can be negative. It depends on how many bits your processor has. So like a 64-bit processor can hold a much larger or smaller integer than a 32-bit processor, or an 8-bit or 4-bit processor. But actually, it's probably, yep, here we go. So 2 to the 32 minus 1 can be stored for integers on that processor. Oh my gosh, what is the word I'm looking for? On that hardware architecture. That's the word I'm looking for, on that hardware architecture. And then when you have something like decimal with like 10.1 or maybe uh, 0.6666667, all of that, those are floating points, correct? All right. What other questions do we have? This thing's been solid so far, CO. I'm just letting it run in the background just to see what happens. Okay. Yeah, what other questions do you guys have? You guys can jump on voice as well. You don't have to type it all out. Hi, Tom. If you have time for my problem, I use text display for chart study. It works fine, but if I change the color, if it's above or below 0. Use text display for chart study. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that text display for study from chart? One of these two? I guess I'm not quite understanding what the issue is, Tom. Well, feel free to jump on the microphone if you think you can explain it better. Any other questions? All right, let's take a coffee break. Let's take a quick coffee break. just did it again. Shit. It just did it again. The memory issue. Yeah, that won't fix it. I wonder if that's a recent issue. Like if something changed. Because that just never was happening. Or is that happening since the beginning, CO? It's almost like it defaults to OpenGL graphics. That's almost what it looks like. Okay. I have no idea. And I think I do know that it's a memory leak, but I don't know where it would be coming from. My only thing is that it's probably coming from here, but why is it trying to access something that doesn't exist there? Hmm. Okay, let's shut Sierra down. Okay. The next thing I want to do is actually look into a study that I built, but it stopped working with a recent update to Sierra. And it just crashed everything, so I had to just remove it. But what it did was it allowed you to take a higher time frame volume profile and render it on a volume profile from a different time frame and render it onto a uh, different chart of a different profile, which you cannot do in Sierra out of the box. And I have no idea why it stopped working or why it just started crashing Sierra. So this is going to just be just a complete, I don't even know, exploratory. Gonna duplicate this chart. Gonna put this down here. The way I have this set up, let me actually save this just like this. I think I wanted this on daily. Yeah, let's save it like this. So the bottom is a daily, the top is a 1 minute. Um, Or no, it wasn't a daily. It was like a 60 minute or something that I had it on. Yeah, I think it was a 60 minute. And I wanted to add a volume by price on this. And just a single, yeah, let's just do visible bars. And then we'll just say, just the volume profile and nothing else. And then where's right align? Yes, and then align to far right, yes. Okay, so is everybody back? So the idea here is, let me save this like this so that when Sierra crashes when I load this thing, it can get back to here. The idea here is this is a 60-minute chart and this is a volume profile of a 60-minute chart. This is a 1-minute chart. I want to see the 60-minute volume profile on my 1-minute chart. How do I do that? Well, this is how I did it, but this crashes now. So I guess the first thing is to see how it crashes and why. Let me run through this one more time so I remember what this actually looks like. Let's add study, custom study, draw, VBP from another chart. I'm going to set this to disabled. So in here I have, is this the source or the target? And this chart, the 60-minute, is the source. Select the study itself. Well, it's going to be this one right here. And then select the target study. This would be on the other chart, on the 1-minute chart. I haven't put it on there yet. And then percentage of the screen to occupy, bar color. You can't though, Piotr. You can't. You cannot overlay a VBP onto a different time frame like that. Try it. What is the graph draw type setting on the 60-minute? Don't know. Let's go look. Graph draw type is bars. It's bars. Yeah. You're talking about overlaying price. Oh, you want to put the 1 minute onto this chart instead of putting this onto that one? Yeah, but if you have other stuff that you need to run on this time frame, that doesn't work. And it starts to really mess with like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like you could throw the 1-minute candles onto the 60-minute chart, have this here, but then you lose the ability to have everything that you had set up on this time frame. And so if they're quite different, you lose all the context that you had from the other time frame. So yeah, that is one workaround if that's okay for your solution. I'm gonna go ahead and add the custom study, draw from another chart. I'm gonna disable it. This is not this is the target. The volume by price study is coming from here. And that's it for that. Now, going back into here, I can select the target study, which is going to be the 1-minute draw volume by price. Now, Is this thing gonna just break as soon as I turn this on? Let's try. Let's try. So I'm gonna go ahead and enable this one. Set it to yes. We aren't broken yet. And then I'm gonna enable this one and set it to yes. We aren't broken yet. But nothing has drawn. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Wait, so it didn't actually crash. I wonder, huh, it actually works. I thought this was crashing. I mean, I know it was crashing on me earlier. Maybe some other update went out that maybe some other update went out that fixed it because it was dying on me every time. Okay, well now I can show you guys how this works. But this allows you to grab the volume profile from, like, this is the 60-minute, right? And that's the pretty much the profile we're sitting in is right there. And that's it right there. Someone was asking me about this. Hold on a second. Let me go into my. Who was asking me about this? Ah, I see.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Oh,
How are you doing?
my microphone, I don't know, it's out of order.
Oh,
Okay,
I can hear you, Tom. Tom, I can
okay.
I can hear you. Okay.
I use a text display for study.
Text display for study. This one, the t
Yes,
the
yes,
top the top one, not this one.
yes, the
Okay.
top one.
And what does this do? Did I lose you, Tom?
Um, I, if it goes below zero, I want to change the color, but it doesn't work. Because I think with this instruction, this uh, uh, on the subgraphs on the next tab here. Yes, yes, all this auto coloring didn't work with this instruction, and
Okay.
maybe you can help me.
Well, let me look up the let me look up the name or this study here, text display. I'm not familiar with it, so you have to forgive me while I read through this. Uh, this is a study which it gives you a large text display of a value at the last bar of a chart of a selected subgraph of a selected study on any chart in the chart book. So basically it just displays a value from one of the studies is what it
Mm,
sounds like.
mm, I can send you a picture from my chart or what I've done.
So if I was to say um, select, oh, maybe I should do it on this chart, on this other chart, because I don't have any good studies on this one. Um, Let me throw a moving average on here just to
Mm,
just to have something. Is there like a simple moving average that I can throw on? And we'll make it a 10 period, perfect. So there's a 10 period moving average, and then let me go ahead and add text display for study, and I'll add that here, and then here I'll say moving average, the average, and that's the last value right there that you have.
mm,
Okay, great.
mhm.
And
Yes.
then you want to color depending on some other values that custom text, coloring, auto coloring, and then what are you choosing for auto coloring based on plus minus? Or what are you using for auto coloring?
I think that's the background and the font coloring.
This auto coloring, you mean? Is the background?
Hello?
Hello? Yay.
Yeah, I have problems with my microphone. I don't know. Oh, I use the.
Oh yeah, your mic cut out. Yeah, type it instead, Tom. Type it instead. Your mic's cutting out. I don't know if this supports what you're trying to do, actually. I'm not sure that this actually supports.
This instruction for text display. This didn't work with this one here.
Text display for non-zero values. Displaying text based on alert condition, color bar based on alert condition. Nope, that's not it. I'm not sure that this actually does what you're trying to make it do. You could write a study to do what you're saying, but it wouldn't be this study. But we could write a custom study to change color depending on that. But I feel like that somebody here must know. Is there already a change color based on value study that is very similar to this text display for study that can change color depending on. And then Tom, if you can write into the chat, when should it change color? Like if it's above or below a certain value, or if it changes direction, or like what's the condition under which it should change color? I just don't think that this is designed for that.
I think that drop down auto changing the color based on, it's by default was not attached to any action.
Where?
Yeah,
Here?
yeah, the bottom one. Yeah, when you go down and it choose from none to based on, all this below menu is just the default of the characters. They're not actually taking any action. They don't do anything.
Yeah, I don't think that it's designed for that.
They're just a default interface.
Yeah, I don't think that that's designed on that. So you have something that's oscillating above or below zero, like maybe like an oscillator, like a stochastics or something of that nature. And as it goes above or below zero, you want this to change color. Does anybody know if there's an existing Sierra study for this? I feel like there has to be. That's something that can change the color of that.
Well, I'm using TWFX studies. Basically, you need to go register. They give you free studies, and one of them does that actually.
Oh, really? Can you link it
Yeah,
here for Tom, and then he can use that?
yeah.
Oh, great.
TWFX. Let me search for the website.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom, there's already a solution in place. I am very surprised that this is not crashing Sierra. Wonder what was going on that other day. But this is really neat that it can do this. TWFX free studies. Very cool. There you go, Tom.
They got a lot of studies. I'm trying to figure out which one it does. I'm looking to do this absorption study, but it doesn't work really great. But unfortunately, is not code in it. Is not source code. It's all been done, and I can't play with it.
Mm.
But it's a useful tools in there. Quite useful, yeah. Especially
What
for
what instrument are you looking at for the absorption stuff?
basically this when the buyer basically, for example, like the bid hit lifting the offer, then the offer keep reloading.
But is
I
this
need
on
something
ES or on what instrument?
random, for example, ES or Nasdaq, ES, for example. And what happens is if the price doesn't really move according to the bid, then there's cool absorption. Um, then this indicator should show on the footprint, but it doesn't really work properly. There's no any script for how it works, how to configure it. You just put there, but no any document for it basically.
Sure. Bookmap had a similar indicator, and I've played with building out that kind of stuff for both the ES, and I don't think it's as useful on equities because of the just the nature and thickness of those equities compared to something like the ES. I'm not even sure uh, how useful that is in terms of a primary like signal generator. I would argue that it's really up to interpretation. Absorption is really up to interpretation. It can mean a lot of different things, and depending on the context, it it really can change and mean different things. But yeah. All right, what else? Solved that one without even having to write a line of code. And two of them because this one's working, which is amazing. Do you guys want to see how this works?
Okay.
How this how this actually functions below the hood? Or does anyone have any other questions we can go explore?
So I missed
I have
something.
an
Just
idea that might be
sorry.
interesting, but
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know exactly. Like I've been trying to figure it out, but so essentially the idea is like predictive TPOing. So let's say you have a TPO and you have poor lows or poor highs, and then I want to have it draw lines almost maybe like a ratio of the value area low to high or some sort of ratio to almost predict where an excess should go. If like per se we're balancing, we have a poor high and a poor low, and then have it plot a line based on the value area high to low ratio.
Okay.
I don't know
Bear
if that
bear
makes sense.
bear with me because I don't use TPO, and you're gonna have to define what is a poor low. What does that mean?
So a poor low is whenever there's no excess. So when at the bottom or the top of the TPO, if there's only one single at the bottom, then that would be poor low. If there's only one single at the top, so you'd want like two or more excess singles. So two singles at the top or two singles at the bottom. And if there's not, then I kind of want to see if there's some way of like using the value area low and high. And I would probably have to figure out that ratio or what would predict the like excess where I would want the high or low to be. But yeah, so it's just when there's not two singles at the top or bottom. There's just one single, or there is like multiple TPO letters that are just like flat across the bottom or top.
Okay, there's about three cases that you listed off there. Let's walk through each one of the cases. The first one I think you said was if there is a poor high but not a poor low. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm gonna just label them P high but not P low. What was the second one? It was a P low but no poor high.
Um,
And then what was
and
the
then well, I mean, and then you could essentially have both as well, a poor high and a poor low. or neither, I guess. So
Wouldn't that be every single case that you could possibly have, though?
yeah.
Uh,
But I guess you're
what are
not.
you accomplishing if it triggers on every case then? Because isn't that the exhaustion of
Are
every
you? Yeah,
single?
you don't. I guess you don't signal when there's no poor high or poor low. Yeah.
So
So
this one wouldn't apply.
yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so you want to have some action taken, some kind of logic that we'll get to in a split second, but the trigger would be if there's a poor high, a poor low, or both.
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the action you want taken?
And so then I want to, for now, because I'll probably have to figure out the ratio, but for now I would say value area high minus value area low. So like the range of that. So we're going to get that range and then multiply it by some multiplier and add it. If there's a poor high, I want to subtract that, get the difference, and then times it by a multiplier and add that to the value area high if there's a poor high. And if there's a poor low, do the same thing with the difference times a multiplier and then subtract that from the value area low and draw a line.
Do you have a screenshot or something on your screen where you can show me what you're talking about? Like,
So I could draw,
or can
I
you help me
guess.
spin up a TPO on my chart here and
Yeah.
walk me through that? Let me remove this, kill this, because I'm not super familiar with this. What time frame are we looking at on this chart?
So just be RTH TPO. So probably just like the default settings. So TPO.
Is it this one?
Yes. Yeah.
And
You'd add
then
that.
default
And then
settings.
I think pretty much the default settings. Let's see what
And
that brings.
on a 1 minute or this is 1 day actually.
Yeah, so it's 1 day. And
Oh, let me put
so
more
like
than 3 days here. I think I have it limited to. I'll put 30 days on this chart. Okay, that's too much. Let's try 10. Okay, here's a 10-day TPO of ES.
and then that's pretty much all you'd need. And then either I would switch it to only real time or regular trading hours, or it could still honestly even be left like that.
How do you
If
switch
it's
to
not,
RTH?
I think you just do it in the chart. I do it in the chart settings and just switch the time to, for me, 7:30 to 14.
Data limiting,
Or,
bar period session times 9:30 to
or yeah, and then or you could just
there,
use evening
9:30 to
setting to
16.
know.
Oh, was it on yes?
Yeah, so just put that to know, I guess.
Okay. So here's the TPO. That looks like shit, but I'm not sure why. Why is that so granular? Or not, why is that so chunky?
So you
Increment,
can
should this be
do,
an
yeah, you can
incremented
do,
ticks of 1?
yeah, you can do one.
Okay. And now what?
And so now we're just I don't know how you would go forward from here, but figuring out
So
how to like,
this is a single, right here is a single,
yes.
this is called a poor high, this is called a poor low.
So if there's no singles, or yeah, so if there's either no singles at the top or bottom, that would be a poor high or poor low, or if there's only one single. But anything anything beyond one single would be considered a excess, which because like in terms of like
So is this
the
excess or not?
theory,
Because this one up here is a single at that spot.
so is there just one?
Just one. At
Then
the,
that would be a poor high.
but like even on this, you can see like even here, there's just one at this level, but there's
Huh.
surrounding ones at these levels. But is this a poor high?
Let me pull up. I want to pull up. I'm on my phone, but I have my laptop here. So if as long as there's only one single, it's a poor high. If it's on the top or bottom, if there is two or more, then it's not a poor high
Gotcha.
or poor low.
If you come back and you're on your like laptop, then I'd say let's continue. But if you are on your phone, it's gonna be really hard because I'm gonna need I don't know enough about TPO um, to be able to do this without your help.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'm gonna probably. I can probably come back in a second. I need to delete Discord off of my laptop because it doesn't work, and I'm not at
Do your thing.
my
Come back.
desktop.
Yeah, come back when you get back on a main computer so you can show me what you're talking about.
Okay. I'll be back in a sec.
Who else has stuff? Questions? We sideline this one. Is anybody still awake?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys.
Hey, Pros, can you hear me?
I can. Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing? I just I had a quick question, just your opinion. So, um, creating your own personal study in the ACSIL versus going through the list of pre-made stuff, like the previous guy was saying with the coloring of the lines and things like that. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I'm a programmer and yeah, right. I find it hard to actually look for stuff that's already been made.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like a good process for finding that stuff?
Yes.
I mean,
I
okay,
ask
good.
in the platforms channel if anyone knows if this exists, and if it doesn't, then I write my own. Or if it's
Okay.
like this, where it's not fully supporting what I needed, like he wanted it to change color based on an above or below a certain value. I think it was 0 in his case. Um, and if that doesn't exist or nobody answers within a day, then I'll just go write my own. Because it's
And
just a
now what
shorter.
platform channel are you talking about?
In here in platforms and brokers text channel, it's up above, right above ideas for improving and above psych ward.
Are you showing something on another screen?
Oh, here, platforms and brokers. This channel.
Oh, you mean right in Trader Network Lounge?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. In Fat
Oh,
Cat's Discord.
oh,
I
gotcha. Okay.
ask right
I
here
was
in.
thinking you were talking about something in Sierra chart.
No, no, no. I meant right
Yeah, yeah.
here in this Discord. I would ask. There's a lot of Sierra folks in here, and if they don't know about it, then it probably doesn't exist or is too difficult to find, and the barrier to getting to where I want to be is probably shorter if I just build it myself the way I want it.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I was thinking of. All right, great. Thank you.
Of course. Frozen, do you remember this? Pointers to dynamically allocated arrays, the average bid lot. Yes, that's the first Sierra chart thing I think I ever built was you and I together, Chris, on that one, right? Wasn't that the first thing we ever did? You can't enable the mic for some reason. Uh, It must be a hardware. Like in Discord, you can't enable the mic? I don't see anything restricting you. So, but yeah, I do remember that vaguely.
I just want to mention as well, if no one knows about that, Sierra chart already have what's called user contributed studies. You should guys go.
User contributed studies, right? It's like,
Yeah,
where is that? I saw that before. User
we got a lot of
contributed right
studies
here,
there.
right here.
Yeah, a lot of studies been created by users, but here with Sierra, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the documentation is for any of this, but
it's empty.
there's one
You have to
called
figure it out
Mom.
yourself.
So
You make one called copy.
this could potentially solve a lot of people's problems. I wonder if there's one
Momentum.
called
I
Dad.
think it's mom for momentum. Yeah.
Oh, nope, no Dad. Maybe I'll make that one next.
Yeah, good idea.
And narrow range bar 7, I believe, isn't that a turtle trader uh, uh, idea? On balance of volume.
There is a study there. It's called cumulative delta ladder. What is it called? Ladder. Just type L
Delta ladder, this one?
delta ladder. Yeah, yeah. Basically, it's very good study. Basically, next to the bar, there is a number at the top, how much seller, and at the bottom of the bar itself, how much buyer.
Hmm.
But what I wanted to achieve is to create the candle itself right next to the chart candle. But this is not like open source. It's all locked, so I can't really open it and modify it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't share
You
the
know what I
source.
mean?
Yeah, they didn't share
Yeah.
the source on it.
Now let me just send you a snapshot of what I see here.
I'm gonna remove this TPO chart for now.
If,
While you do that, Chris says, can you explain the memory allocation on those lines similar to what you were explaining earlier? Why did you choose 1024? Let me pull this image down. Okay, so the question is why, when I'm allocating memory in this call, did I provide a size of 1024 for this memory allocation? Let me remember what I was doing here. Pointers to dynamically allocated arrays. Pointer average, bid average lots, bid average ask lots. Uh, allocate the memory for those arrays because we're using traditional arrays. This is also part of the reason why I moved to using vectors instead of native arrays, because the vectors allocate that memory automatically as you grow and expand. So like a vector will, hold on a second, let me clear my throat. A vector, or a standard array, versus a vector. A standard array, you need to allocate memory for it, and if you don't, let's say you have 0, 1, 2, 3. The size of this array is 4, and it has element 0, 1, 2, and 3. If you populate 0, 1, 2, and 3, and then you try to add something to element here, to element 4, and you try to write this, you will get an error, a compiler, actually no, it'd be a runtime error if you were using dynamic data. It would be a runtime error because you have ran out of bounds of the memory that has been allocated for this array of 4 elements, and you are writing into someone else's memory, or trying to at least. You are attempting to write into someone else's memory, because remember, memory is actually contiguous. This doesn't actually end right there. It keeps on going, but the allocated memory ends right there. So according to your program, this is the memory that you've allocated right here. If you try to write to this, this is being used by some other program. This could be even used by Windows. This could be used by Sierra Chart. This could be used by, um, I don't know. I have OBS on. It could be used by that. You don't have privileges to access this or write to this memory location. So this native array does not expand like that. Now you move to a vector. I'm going to move the vector example down here. The vector can be like this and have two elements. And then when you are writing to the vector, you have the 0 element, the 1 element, and you write A, B, and then when you want to write C, when you want to write C to the vector to element spot 2, which doesn't exist yet, it detects that it does not have that memory space allocated, and it looks to see if the next spot is actually allocated or not. So it actually does a check behind the scenes and says, is this already being used by some other program? If not, what it can do is extend the vector into that memory space, Chris. And it can basically expand the vector to be using and allocating that spot of memory. If not, what it actually does is it moves the entire thing to a new spot of memory, reallocates more spots dynamically, and then moves the pointer to point to this, where whatever this is pointing to. So if this is element 0, 1, 2, n, n, and then this is memory spot, I don't know, 301. Oops. Trying to make a copy here, but struggling. There we go. And this is 302, 303, 30, and whatever. What it'll do is it'll actually take the vector that you had and it'll point it to this memory location instead. Copy all the values over, and you'll be using that new allocated memory location without even knowing that the pointer to the actual vector changed. This gets freed up and can be used by other applications or even your application, depending on how the memory is being managed on a layer below the layer that is executing this code. But basically, you are moving that vector. Now, to get to your question, which is why did I choose 1024? The reason I chose 1024 was because on this call, what we're saying is, hey, Sierra Chart, please allocate 1024 spots, elements of the size of a float variable into an array that I'll be able to store a bunch of floats. And the reason I chose 1024 was because I thought that based on the number of average uh, price levels on the ladder that you were mentioning, we would never run out. I think you wanted to at most look at 100. And so I think I just set it to 1024 just to have enough room up and down if you were to scroll up and down and not have to run um, into any bounds. But if you were to load something like super long, this would actually break. You would actually run out of memory, and you would get a runtime error, Chris. If you were to just do like squeeze this and try to load the ladder on everything all the way down, all the average bids and asks lots, you would eventually run out, and this would throw a runtime error for you. Did that answer your question? So I chose 1024 because it's a big number that I thought you wouldn't run out on based on your use case. Got it. Would a vector be less efficient since it's constantly reallocating the memory with a new location? Correct. That's exactly correct. A vector is less efficient, but then the question becomes, is it less efficient for my performance-minded runtime situation, or is it less efficient for my coding needs? You have to kind of balance which one you need. Reallocating standard arrays, I don't even do this anymore because I think that the compute power I have is enough to not have to worry about having to reallocate the vectors, and I'm not doing anything number crunchy enough to that degree to need to only be using these. But yes, because a vector is a data structure that is much more heavy and complex than a simple array, a simple array is a very fundamental data structure. A vector is an object built on, added to a library that is implementing arrays inside, but adding a bunch more functionality. So it is heavier, and it does have to move a lot more. It's easier to code with a vector, especially if you have dynamic arrays that can grow and shrink at runtime. Then a vector is just easier to code with. If you have to have the highest performance, then you do it with a standard array, and you um, have to handle all those side cases where you need to grow and shrink your array and potentially allocate different places of memory because you ran out. So yes, it depends on how much coding you want to do around. If you know you're always going to be using less than, what was it, like 100 different price levels, then I think you can get away without using a vector and just hard code like I did here. But like looking back at that one study, the Google Sheets, I didn't know how many lines people would have entered in their spreadsheet that they wanted to draw on their chart, right? So that's why I used a vector so that it can grow and shrink as needed. Okay, and so we'll get back to Morphus and then we'll get back to terminally offline. So Morphus, you posted a screenshot here,
Yeah.
and
So you
it,
see, so the delta ladder, it's basically what it does is just to give you that number, like 42. You see that in white next to the profile. So that's
uh,
how much
40, oh,
buyers.
here,
Yeah, on the screenshot. Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, how much is seller? At the top would be a seller 42, and the bottom is 138.
Mm-hmm.
So my goal is to have this basically pulling the data from delta, cumulative delta at the bottom, which is hiding, has been hidden. So what happened is what I want to achieve is to create a candlestick, which is going to quickly on a glance will tell me whether or not the candle is big or small or what happened, instead of reading the numbers, if that makes sense.
You want to represent these two numbers as a candlestick, is what it
Yeah,
sounds
right
like.
next to it, right
Right,
where is,
right here.
yeah, right where the number is, like in between.
Oh,
Can
like
can that
right,
be
right in
achieved?
the middle, somewhere in the middle here.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't know if you can draw candles in a spot like this. That's the one thing I don't know. I'm not sure if you can actually do that because I think drawing types like candles are actually locked to the SC index, like the bar. Like you see how when I move my mouse, I can't
yeah,
make the pointer actually land between those two. Like if I expand or make this wider, I can click here and my pointer locks to there, and I can move my mouse to the left, right? You see me moving my mouse to the left, but
yeah.
it's not actually going to move the
There's no space.
until
There's no
there.
allocated. Yeah,
Exactly, exactly. And so you can see me jumping back and forth here between these two price or not price, but bar indices, and that's
yeah,
why you can't draw. I actually had the same issue with when I was building out my market depth study. I was trying to draw market depth into the middle of these um, candles, and I couldn't. It stops, even with a chart drawing, it stops right on this line here. You can't draw in between here. There's a couple of things you can do with if you go and use the WinGDI libraries for drawing. You can draw in uh, absolute places. So but the problem is it's not like tied into the chart in any way. And I use that for a couple things. I actually use that for that that picture or that study that I showed you this is actually being drawn by the WinGDI library because I wasn't able to achieve what I wanted to. But there's drawbacks from doing that, and it's not as smooth as you would like, and I think it uses up more computing resources in some cases. But yeah, this volume by profile, the only way I could get it to draw like this, because otherwise it would not fit into what Sierra chart allows you to draw and like how the spacing works. So these are actually drawn with the WinGDI library um, and are kind of floating here. It just looks like it's on the chart, but it's actually floating here, and they're actually drawn on top of the price layer. I can't get it behind the price layer. I can't order it. This is actually drawn on top of the price layer and made somewhat transparent. So yeah, it's tricky. You have to work with the tools that you're given. So I'm not sure that's possible. Oh, Chris says, are you those the pullback low and high delta? Did you see his question there?
Yeah, it is actually. I'm just reading your question. Actually, it is delta is basically what the delta ladder indicator does is pulling the data from the delta cumulative delta, and each candle it will tell you how much to buy and sell from the top or the bottom. But by the time reading the numbers, it will be too late for what I'm trying to achieve. So if I see the candle shrinking quickly, that means a lot of seller coming in the market. For example, if the candle is shrinking from the top, then that will be very quick action. You know what I mean? So did you get what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I do hear you.
Yeah.
You can already get those. They're called the pullback high and low delta. They have it on the numbers bars study. Are you getting those from a custom study?
Yeah, from this
from
user contributed studies. It's called Delta Ladder.
Where is it?
But my goal is to get the candlestick instead of the numbers, if that makes sense.
Here it is. This one. Display study documentation.
It's empty. There's nothing there. The inputs, but I have to figure out by myself.
The bottom numbers are buying pressure, top numbers are selling pressure. Make sure your tick size is correct. Numbers color at the 4,000.
It is a good study, but instead of looking at delta, because delta is small, basically that candle will give you exact numbers. If for example, the delta candle is going up, green, suddenly half the candle has been disappeared by a lot of selling. And that when that happens, that would be very good to basically see it visually instead of reading the numbers.
Wonder if there's another way to. You mentioned that you wanted it to be a candlestick, but where was your picture? There's your picture. Does it have to be a candlestick? Like
my
what
goal
about
is you see that. Yeah, you see that footprint. If I see the candlestick moving up, for example, delta will be right next to it, delta. Then when that candle is green and the delta become red, at a glance I will tell quickly what happened, like it's absorption, and that will be very good to act quickly. But by the time reading the numbers, because they change very quickly, delta up and down, up and down. But if you see the candle, if you see the candle quickly go down and the footprint is still up, there will be opportunity to get short, if that makes sense.
At a high level, yes, but I don't have it all in my head yet. I wonder what would this look like as a candle? If this is 138 and this is 42, it's just a candle body, right? It's just basically a high and a low, but how would that be displayed as a candle? Maybe I'm missing something. How could
Do you know candles? Sorry, do you know cumulative delta is basically candlestick. It starts at zero, then buy put in. The order coming in, then the candle become green. just like a candlestick exactly.
But a
So
candle,
what I want
like
to do, copy it over.
like a candlestick. Let me move this chart to a candlestick. A
Yeah, like
candlestick,
that. Yeah.
yeah, it has open, high, low, close. But if your bottom one is 138 and your top one is 42, those aren't
That'll be crazy.
related. Yeah, it's not related to price at all. So you actually would want the candlestick drawn at the spots where the price is, not but colored on based on the delta. Is that what you're saying? Because
What I'm
the
saying is,
location of the candlestick is relative to the price values listed here, not to this, because this you couldn't draw a candle with this because this
no,
is smaller than this. If you drew this as a candle, it would be inverted.
yeah, I know what you mean, but the idea come to me when I have this indicator on the chart and I can tell the numbers, I can read the numbers, and that will give me indication of what happened. But at the same time, I need to look down at delta, see how big the candle is or how much quickly moved. So my goal is to actually copy the candle, the cumulative delta candle up there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, do you need to have a delta study?
Yeah, delta study attached to
What is the
cumulative delta. Cumulative delta.
Can
this
you
one?
explain like
Bar, the next one next to it. Yeah.
Morphis, where are you
Yeah.
getting those deltas from? Like what? They're the delta of what exactly?
The cumulative delta of S&P 500, for example, ES or Nasdaq, any asset.
Yeah, but for what? For the day, for the last bar, for the recent trades, for what?
You can configure that inside the delta ladder. You can move it around. You can move it on the right hand side, and you can put, for example, how many candles, 2 candles or 1 candle. So my goal is to copy delta candle at the bottom here to move it up next to the footprint. That's my goal instead of looking down. So
Oh, I see. You want this to be right here
yeah, the recent
for the
candle.
most recent bar.
Yeah,
Basically,
exactly. Yeah.
you want this drawn right here, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right next to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In a small scale, it's fine, but at least I can see it.
Yeah,
I don't know if
because
that's possible.
this is based off of a much different scale, of course. So how would that work? I see what you're saying now. Let me think about this for a second. You know what you'd have to do is you would have to use the same OHLC as this does, but do you care about the size of the delta candle?
No, I just want to see if
The
it's
color?
it's thick.
You just
Yeah,
care about the color.
the color and how much. Just like a candlestick, it will tell me quickly. For example, this like right now, delta is look the delta itself is kind of like putting down, and the red candle is the candle is red. That will give me quickly what happened. If it's a buyer more or seller. Right now is a lot of seller. Now the buyer come in and they push it back up, but the candle is still down.
Do you
If that makes
care
sense.
do you care about the size of this delta candle or no?
No, just the shape. I don't care about the size. If it's small, it's fine. I can see it as long as I can see it right next to footprint.
So if you just had the color of the delta candle here, would that be sufficient?
No, the size, the
S
quick pull up and down. That's important. And the
okay.
color, to be honest. So I just if I could possible to copy over right there, like one candle.
I'm gonna have to think about this one a little bit longer.
I mean, you don't have to do it today. I'm just giving an idea. It will be really cool if you have the candle right next to the price. It will help a lot.
What do the two numbers mean? Why are there two instead of one number at each end?
One is the current delta, and the other one is the two candle delta two candle. If you can read, here is a study, long term and short term. Yeah. This is the last 10 bars. This is the last 3 bars. Let me send you my configuration so you kind of get them. Where it is, data ladder.
Trying to think of how you could do this. I think you could accomplish this by grabbing this and then using a drawing tool rectangle right here. Locking the fill space so that you have at least one index leading in front, and then drawing, basically grabbing these values and then drawing and reinterpreting it here.
For example, you can see delta was already red, and going down and price was up there. So delta will continue going down and the price holding. So that will be very useful to be right next to it. Like for example, delta is red, but the price is kind of green a little bit.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying.
The reason
this is really a drawing tool and grabbing values from other studies type of project. Let's take a crack at it just to see. Take a crack at it just to see. Let me spin up a new. Here's tutorial 3. What if I make a file called Morphous Delta. Morphous Delta is what I'll call it.
sounds cool. Thanks.
Morphous Delta. Morpheus Delta from Matrix.
I'm not wearing sunglasses right now, but I will wear one now.
Simplest solution is to put another chart next to your main chart with just the bid ask vol. Oh, like right next, just a thin one, Piotr? Is that what you're saying? Like a thin chart?
Thin one, just like a visual presenter to present delta.
Does that work?
Right now we see delta. Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah. Let me see. It doesn't need to match the same size as the footprint or the candlestick, just to show you the wick and the body of the candlestick, if it's up or down and stuff like that. It will be dynamic.
Well, just to walk through the exercise, try what Piotr said. I'm going to just try to walk through this exercise because I think it's an interesting one. I'm using, actually, hold on. You can do candlestick in a subgraph. I don't know if I want to do it as a subgraph though. Because if I do it as a subgraph, then I have to do it based on each bar. I have to populate it on each bar, which won't work, versus if I do it as a drawing, I can place it right here. So I don't think I want to do it as a subgraph. So the first input will be the study of the cumulative delta. So this is the delta study input, and then we're not going to use a subgraph. And this is going to be Morphous Delta and select delta, or select cumulative delta study, delta study.name, delta study, and then we can delete this. We're gonna hold the data from the delta study reference. I'm just gonna replace every spot in here with that. Delta study. Okay, so what do we have here? Yeah, that might work, what Piotr put. But if you wanted to do it a different way, what we'd be doing here is basically selecting the study in the chart settings for this cumulative delta so that we can pull the information from it. Once we have that, we're going to go ahead and pull the array of information from here, even though we only care about the most recent one. And then we're going to, we only need the most recent one. We don't even need to loop, actually. We don't even need to loop. What we do need to do, I can actually blow away this whole thing. And what I want to do is, where's my message object? There it is up there. I want to do a sanity check to make sure that we're actually getting the values from this, this right here. One thing I don't understand, Morphus, is why, if this is negative 6400 to negative 6600, why is this saying 153 and 5 something?
Yeah, you configured more than one candle. So I already posted my configuration if you want to follow.
Ah, okay, great. And
I
that's
posted.
for the
Yeah,
delta
yeah.
ladder study, and
Yeah.
let's see, long-term delta ladder fill-in space. You have set to yes. Threshold is 400. Show long-term numbers, no. Offset and ticks 3. Short-term length is 1. And then, oh, what did I?
Yeah, just push the chart a little bit. Push it to make a split in the front of the candle. You want to see it's on the right yet.
Ah, got it. Okay, great. So that's still not showing negative 6,800. Is this the cumulative for the day? Is that why it's showing negative 6,800? Is this showing the cumulative
Yeah,
for the
so
day?
below the
This is the cumulative for the
inventory, yeah,
bar?
zero.
Okay. So in
Yeah,
that
every single bar, yeah.
let's look at these subgraphs on the cumulative delta study down here. It's got the open, high, low, close. So that's 0, 1, 2, and 3. Subgraph index 0, 1, 2, 3. And then some averages which aren't being shown. So let's go ahead and close that. And then what we'll do here is let's go ahead and grab those values from the delta study ref. So we want to make an actually they're floats. Everything stored in those SC arrays are floats. So we have to make some float values. So we'll say delta open is equal to delta study reference of sc.index. Oh my gosh, what it's going to be 0 because I believe the 0 one is. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I'm grabbing the 0 one right here. So that's the open. I'm actually grabbing the subgraph right here with that, I believe. That 0 is actually referencing the open. So maybe I don't even need 0. Don't I just need open and close? I don't need the high and the low, right? I just need the open and close, correct?
High or low, it will be the wick, yeah, the stick.
The high and low would be the wicks, right? So what do you
Is that
need?
what it is?
What do you need? Do you need the high and
I need it high or low as well, yeah, if that possible. Because I want to see if it's pulled back quickly, then I can see the wick.
Okay, so then this isn't going to be delta study ref. This is going to be delta open ref, and we also want delta high ref, delta low ref, and delta close ref. And then this will be delta open ref 1, 2, 3. This is going to be high ref, low ref, and close ref. And what I want to do is grab delta open ref of SC index, and then I also want the high, I want the low and the close. Oops. Low ref and the close ref. And then what I want to say here is the open, high, low, close, D open, D high, D low, D close, sc.add message to log of message. And then we're going to compile this. So right now all I'm doing is a sanity check to make sure I'm getting the numbers from this bar. That's all we're doing right now, because we
Cool.
don't know if we have those numbers right now. Bunch of errors. Oh, I forgot an open quotation mark right there. Let's try that again. Oops. Delta close ref. Was not declared. Did you mean delta close ref? Probably. Ah. Just fixing some syntax errors. Did I save that? Let me try one more time. And then on line 39, delta study. Oh, I have these as well. My goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna make these all capitals. I just have spelling issues here. Now on line 46, I have this backwards. Almost got all my spelling errors fixed. I'm gonna lock the fill space here. Okay. And what I'm gonna do is add it to the chart. Add custom study. Now, what did we call this? Morphous delta. There it is. And we got one study, and it's going to use the cumulative delta bars. There it is. Hit OK. Okay, let's take a look. So the open of the most recent bar is minus 7151. The high is 7151. The low is negative 7522. That looks about right. And then the close right now is changing. So that looks to be correct right now. We are fetching that data accurately from this cumulative delta. So how do we get these two numbers, Morphous? We need to subtract the high from the low, or is it the high from the open and then the low from the close? Or how do you get these? What are these two numbers?
Basically, each new candle open will start to 0. Then after that, start to move down and start to add in is exactly like delta, exactly, but each candle will repeat itself to 0. It does not calculate the cumulative delta of the whole session, just a single candle. It
But
depends if it's a 5 minute, 1 minute.
let me ask you a different way. What is 200 right here representing? Is that
That's the color.
representing the high minus the low?
Yeah, just the same like candlestick, I think.
What is the 29 representing then? Or zero?
Buyers pushing back up that wick. You see it on delta?
No, I mean like if you were to say it as a formula, what is this 10 representing? Or the 0 right here, what is this representing?
The seller or buyer, like if you look at delta itself, the subgraph, it starts from 0. Okay, the candle open is 0. Push up, then you will calculate that 116, 100 plus 100 is how much buying power, and from the top how much selling power. Like right now is 86, Salah 70 some Salah.
So I think buyer delta, and then we have seller delta.
Yeah.
Buyer delta is equal to the close. Is it equal to the close minus the open? Can these numbers go negative or no? Like what if it's a down bar?
I think they go to 0.
Okay.
But there always number there, because if it's a wick, for example, if you look to the full candle body only, no wick, basically it will be 0. From the top and the bottom, it will be like a big number.
And then,
but right now, for example, is green delta, and only 34 or 40 Salah at about 180, 200 buyers. So the candle is positive green. Does that make sense?
as someone who doesn't use delta this way, no, but I'm getting
a little bit confusing, I know.
I'm getting acquainted with it. So we're back down here to 0, but this stayed at 100 something. But this candle came all the way back down. I don't think I have a firm understanding of what these two numbers actually represent. Oh, this is the wrong candle. I should have been looking at this one.
Yeah, the bottom one.
Right. I'm looking at this one, but it's actually this one. So this is 56 contracts, 58, 60 contracts from the low to the close. And right now this is from the high to the close. Yeah, from the high to the close. So this would be the D high minus D close. And then basically if buyer delta is less than 0, then buyer delta is equal to 0. And if seller delta is less than 0, then seller delta is equal to 0. And now what we'll do is we'll actually, we're going to repeat this whole message here, but instead of doing this, we're going to say like this, and it'll be seller delta, and then buyer delta. And then let's see what that looks like. I'll build this, and then I'll move this over here. $68 by 24, 80, 96, 102 by 108 by 5, 105 by 7. I think this is correct. 93 by 17. I can't see them close enough. Hold on. 164 by 15, 175 by 7. Are these correct? 176 by 52, 142 by 51. I think it's very close. Very close. Yeah. Okay. So those are the numbers we actually want that we're getting there. So now we've done all the hard stuff, and that's the numbers we actually want. I'm gonna leave these in here, but just comment them out. So what we want to do now is draw something right here with the buyer delta and seller delta. Buyer delta being on the bottom and seller delta being on the top. I'll put a comment up here. Buyer delta goes on bottom, and seller delta goes on top. And then now draw it on main price graph. This is definitely where I'm going to need to pull in my Sierra chart drawing documentation because I do not remember how. What else was I drawing in? What about what else do I have squares in? Market depth? I think I have it in market depth. Rectangle. Let me just grab this from here and paste it in here. Basically what this is some code I took from another study where I'm drawing a rectangle. But the chart number is actually going to be, I'm going to just hard code it to 1, add input for this. Drawing type will be drawing rectangle highlight, and it's going to have a beginning index, which is always going to be sc dot array size -1. That's always going to be the beginning index, and that'll always be the ending index too. And then the begin value will actually be the high, or the low, sorry, the low of the current bar, and ending in the high of, because it has to fit right, like right here. It has to be right next to this candle.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be, gosh, I think it's, what is the, is it like sc dot close, or no, it's sc dot high of sc dot array size -1, and then end value. This is like sc.low, add or adjust, line width, transparency, color. I'm just gonna move this over here, and move this here. Let's see what we get with this. Absolutely nothing. Let me refresh. I am not seeing anything here. It should be a blue rectangle. I wonder if because the start and end is right, this might be where we're running into. Let me try making it start a prior bar. Recalc that. Okay. You see it there?
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can go forward in time. So if the beginning index, what if we made the beginning index this, but then we went forward in time instead of backwards? What does that look like? Just to get it over here. See if we can get it over here in drawing.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if that'll work. I've never drawn forward in Sierra chart before. Okay, that does work. I wonder if we can move it forward too, and then we can have it completely separate. So this is kind of neat. I've never done this before. Let's add +1 here, and then we can move it all the way over here and not touch the, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Cool.
But right now it's matching the size of this bar, not this bar. It's mimicking the size of this bar in terms of
Yeah.
the drawing, because we don't have a way right now to mimic the size of this bar. And what you really want is you want it to draw this, but within the constraints of this, right? You want it to
Yeah,
draw this shape, but inside the constraints of this bar. So what we really need to do is somehow translate the size of this with respect to the size of this as a percentage, and then draw it inside of here, if that makes sense.
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Like, let me um, let me try to draw this out on paper because I don't really have it in my head yet. If the candlestick itself is from 0 to 100, that's the actual candlestick. And it looks like we need to have it delete the prior one. What is my add or adjust? So it should be removing. We'll have to take a look at that because it's add or adjust. ACSIL. What other kinds do we have? Add method. Maybe it's not add or adjust we want. Add always. Add only if new. Oh, do I not have a line number set? Line number. No, I don't. Tool.line number, and I'm just going to give it today's date. And that should probably take care of that issue. It should go away then. I'm not keeping track of the line number, so therefore it's not redrawing. Let's see what that looks like once it recompiles. There we go. Let's see if that stays there. So going back to my drawing, yeah, what do I want to do here? If we know that the high of this and the low of this is basically, the low of this is going to be 0 and the high of this is going to be 100%, we need to make this drawing, which could be completely different, appear in the space allowed for this. Okay, that did work. Now it's not leaving the drawing on the old one. And so how do we do that? Because the delta of this could be completely different than the delta of this. Like for right now, this bar is actually, or this candle is actually larger than this one in some ways. In which case this would need to be 100% of this, whereas if this one was larger and this one was smaller, this would need to be a fraction of that. So how do we make, you know what this is really? This is like x, or not x, y1 and y2, and this is like x1, x2. Okay, so how do we do this? Do we need to know the actual?
We don't need to match the main candlestick. We just need to mimic what happened at delta. If it's awake, it doesn't matter the size, but the shape, the visual momentum, if it's up or down.
Yeah, how to translate that into the math for the drawing, because the rectangle here we're drawing has to be a function of this with respect to the size available with this, because we can't draw this. We can't do this. That's not okay, right? So we can't just take the actual value of the difference between these two and then throw it onto here. That won't work. If the difference here is larger than the difference here, which it will be because this is price and this is actually delta, they're two completely different variables. So how are we going to make that actually work? And then there's the wicks to worry about as well. I wonder, is there a drawing? ACSIL draw candle. ACSIL draw candle. ACSIL candlediddles. Custom chart bars. I don't want to do custom chart bars. I don't want to do that. Not at all. Yeah, because that's going to require a lot of other different stuff that we don't want to get into. It's going to send us down a whole rabbit hole. Okay, so if we have, so right now it's always at 100% of this, always. So basically what I need to find out is what the difference of this is with respect to some kind of function of this, some kind of percentage of this. So basically I need the ratio of the wicks in the body against the high and the low of this. That's what I think I need.
Yeah.
So if this one was like this, but then it had a wick like this and a small wick like, oops, not like that, not at all like that. Like that. What I need to do is, if this, hold on a second. If this and this become the points for this and this, the extreme, they have to be. They have to be. So the high has to match that high all the time, I think. And the low has to match the low here all the time, but the body doesn't need to match. The body just needs to exist from within. Am I making this more complicated than it needs to be?
The definitely the delta bar is going to be different than the current bar, the chart bar, the price. So sometimes
But
the
never
delta will be
larger.
down.
But never larger. It can never be larger
It
than
has to
the,
be following the main bar. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
yeah,
But
it has to.
the closing price will be changing.
Right.
Like right now, you can see that red is going down lower than the main chart candle.
Which means that basically I need to draw the, okay, I need to draw the open and close of this rectangle with the assumption that the high and the low are here. And so let's take a look at what that would look like. Let me move this over. So right now I'm drawing the high at the same spot as this high, but it actually needs to be a function of where the close is to the range inside here and the low is to the range inside there. That's what it needs to be. So I need to do some math. So because we need to, basically we need to have a relative body high and a relative body low. That's what needs to happen. Relative body high and relative body low. Also, I need to know the difference, the actual absolute difference of this, because I need to map it to this and then get a percentage. So the actual delta body difference is equal to the delta close minus delta open. That's the delta body difference. I also need the delta entire candle difference, because that needs to be 1-to-1 to that. Delta body difference and delta high-low difference is going to be high, delta low. This one, delta high-low difference, has to be mapped 100% to 0% to the high and low of the candle, which means this is to candle high and high minus low is going to be d high x minus d low x, and then the body difference needs to be a percentage of that. Okay, so going on from here, this will always be 100% of the candle body, of the price candle body, or price candle itself, always. It will always occupy that space, but this is the thing, what we're actually drawing is this. And since that has to be a percentage, so basically what is the percentage of body to entire candle is the delta body diff divided by delta high-low diff. That's the percentage of that. Now what we have to do is apply that to these in terms of prices, because these need to actually be the prices of the range in here. So if it's 50%, if this ends up being 50%, then we need to know what is the 50% of this candle body entirety, and then draw this within there. So how do we do that? That we need another variable, float actual candle price difference, or high-low difference, and that's going to be SC dot high it's going to be this right here. It's going to be this minus the SC. There's probably a different shortcut for this in Sierra chart in the, like, there's probably like a delta change, or a change, like a change of the last bar, but I'll just calculate it like this. SC low of SC dot array size minus 1. So that's the actual candle difference in dollars and cents. Now, this is the percentage that the body needs to take up of that. So we need to use the percentage against the actual price difference of this candle to calculate the actual high and low of this rectangle, of this box that we're drawing. So what does that mean? So if we have, let's make it simple. Let's say we have a body here that's 50% of this. Then we would need to draw this rectangle to take up 50% of what this high to low is, so it should only take up half. Well, then we need to know how much filler space, padding at the top and bottom we need. Basically, we'd have to take the percentage, multiply it by the price difference, and then divide it by 2, and that is the amount of buffer between the high and the low where we need to start this. So, okay, what the hell did I just say? And how do I say that back? I need to have, so the relative body high is equal to 1/2. No, I need to have that 1/2 ahead of time, don't I? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I just had this in my head. I need to take that and have the, I know what I need. I need the actual price diff based on percentage is equal to percentage of body to entire candle times actual candle high-low difference. Now, then the body high is actually going to be sc.high, sc.array size minus 1 times, no, minus 1/2 of, so 0.5 times actual price difference based on the percentage. Okay, and then the body low is actually the low plus 1/2 of the actual price difference, and then this beginning value ends up being S or relative body high, and then this value right here, end value is relative body low. Did that make any sense to anybody? What the hell I just
Yeah, we'll
did
have to
there?
try it.
Let's compile this and see if it even compiles. That looks pretty close.
Yeah, it's reacting to it now. But
Wait, that can't be. Wait, that's not right.
no,
That
it's
part wasn't
keep
right.
shrinking and
I think I have
yeah.
it inverse somewhere. That was interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out what it's actually doing. Right now it's 100. I think it's inverse. I think it's doing the opposite of what I wanted. Because when it's 100%, it's getting tiny, and when it's very small, it's getting. So it's actually doing the opposite.
Or maybe it needs a different color for the wick.
I'm
Not sure.
I'm not even drawing the wick right now.
Okay.
I'm not even drawing the wick right now. Right now, I am just trying to draw the body as it. But if the body is, yeah, because as this gets smaller, this gets bigger. I have it inversed somewhere. Where do I have it inversed? Percentage of the actual candle diff. Do I not need to multiply this by half? I think I do, but let me try removing that. I think I do need to multiply it in half because it needs to take up, or maybe I need to, well, let's see what happens when I remove that. Okay, that actually looks right now. Now let's see if the delta shrinks, what happens. Because that's very close.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
one of
then
the
it shrunk.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what we want right there.
Yeah,
Now it shrunk. You see that?
but it's shrunk in center in the 0 point, like in the middle. It
Yes.
doesn't go like
Yes.
the candle. Yeah.
Correct. It does not go like the candle. Yep.
It
It's
doesn't
because
go down the like candle.
it's staying centered in the high and low of this. Because yeah, you see how the more this shrinks even more to represent the percentage of this existing within this. Yeah, because right now this is almost full, so and this is quite thin, so this is correct.
But the starting point of the drawing should be stay as where the candle open. That's what I think that could be fixed.
If you do that, then you won't be able to get it to, why should it stay at the candle open? This is a price, this is a delta. Why should it stay at this candle's open? Why should
Sorry,
this,
I meant delta. I meant delta. The starting point. Like if you start right there at delta, the bottom of this triangle should stay still, not moving. You know what I mean?
why should it stay not moving?
Because it keeps shrinking and expanding in the same location.
If you
You're
had
actually
it,
doing something completely different. It's so big. I mean, like
no, this is actually, oh wow, now it's doing something different, yeah. What the
yeah,
heck? Now it's just gone rogue.
that's a signal one.
Because this should be, yeah, I didn't think that this was right because this isn't taking into account that it has, because right now it's larger, it's more than 100%. Right now the width of this candle is more than 100% of this, and it shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that based on the width of this for that. So that is not right, but we are close.
So the line number 48, is that correct? The delta close, delta low shouldn't be close and open. I'm not sure if that's correct.
So we already sanity checked those numbers when we spat it out to the debug log.
Okay. It's not drawing from it.
It is drawing from it as well, but we can here. Watch. Watch the values that are going to come here and watch them compared to these numbers.
Okay.
Can you change the size, the font size?
No,
You can't change the font size of those.
there's no option for it. No, I'll try that.
Okay. So 177 by 14, 81 by 9, 227 by 1.
Yeah,
Like
it's correct.
it's correct, right? Because the calculation that these numbers are happening on it's the delta's close minus the delta's low is the buying pressure. That's the definition of this number right there. That's the formula for it. So that is
Yeah.
absolutely correct. The only thing that we have to adjust here is the drawing of this because it is going past 100% of this. And so why is that happening? The high
I think
is,
it's correct because now look, it's 440 contract and down there is 0, so it's expanding correctly.
yes, just not staying within the confines of this. Yeah, I don't have any doubt about the numbers
Okay.
there. The numbers there are for sure correct. The question is why is this rectangle not staying inside of the limits here because it needs to be relative to the limit of this price candle.
I can just suggest something. I think it's a good that way because I want to see how big the candle is. So it doesn't need to be the same size. The idea is to see how big is the wick, how much it jumped up quickly. So if it's
Yeah,
the same size as
I
the
don't have the
candle,
wicks in here though.
no, I'm just saying if it's expanding outside the size of the candle itself, which is good. That's what actually I need.
Okay. Do you want to play with this for a while and
Yeah, I
go
mean,
with that? Let me remove the oops. Rebuild this, and then I'll share this with you here in the chat.
cool.
Morphus Delta. Here you go. There you go.
Great, thank you, man.
You're welcome. Okay, terminally offline. I think I saw you say you're back.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're on a, actually, can we get a 3-minute pee break here.
Yeah.
Been going for a while. Let's timer. Let's do let's take 5 and come back, and then we'll tackle your TPO project here. Okay?
Okay, dope.
All right. See you guys in 5.
Cool. See you, man.
Check, 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 check. Still going. Okay. Where were we? What were we doing? Oh, terminally offline. We were gonna start on yours. Yes. Right. Okay. So, oops. Let me pull up the picture you dropped in here. Okay. So what am I looking at here? Or you wanted to explain? Yeah, you wanted to explain something.
Yeah, so essentially, kind of like we already kind of laid out, is you're just trying to figure out whether first you're going to try to figure out, I guess, whether there's a poor high or a poor low or both. And that's the part I'm not really sure about. And so you're going to probably just have to iterate and figure out how to decide whether there's two or more singles or one single or less at the top or the bottom of the profile. And that's probably going to be the difficult part. But then once you figure out that, then it's just plotting a line based on, and I might switch what it's based on. I'll probably figure that out more on my own and see if I can backtest stuff to, or maybe manually backtest stuff to figure out what's the best extension from like the value area or whatnot. But
I think we're still way at the beginning part, which is the definition of what the poor high and poor low means.
yes.
Okay, so let me get back to just a regular chart. Let me remove the stuff from here. So delta ladder, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove delta bars. I'm going to remove. We're going to get back to here. I'm going to remove fill lock space so that we can just get some regular old this, and then I need to add what is it called? TPO profile chart, this one.
Yep.
And I want to leave it just like this, right?
Yeah, it's fine just like that.
And then so here we are. There's a profile chart. What's defining a top tick here then?
What do you mean?
Or
Like
top tick, a poor high, sorry, poor high.
So a poor high is whenever
Like wouldn't this be a
there
poor high
is,
right here?
yeah, or no, because there's two ticks, I guess. And hopefully it'll depend on the TPO chart. I don't know if that'll make it more difficult because based on different markets, you might want to switch the tick size, which would switch something like that possibly to a poor high. But technically that wouldn't be a poor high since there are two singles. But at the bottom one, since it's only one, that would be a poor low.
So it can't have, so this cannot be a poor high over here.
No, that would be an excess. It wouldn't be a poor high.
Okay, so when you meant excess, you meant in line, not across horizontally.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so this is not a poor high, 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 this is not a
Yeah.
poor high, and it has to be relative to the the column that's next to it always to the right of it?
Or it will just, since this is, the profile is not separated,
What does that
it's
mean?
literally just the top. So pretty much we're just looking at the leftmost profile, or the leftmost like
Column?
column, right? And the one to the right of it. So
So this is a
if,
poor low right there.
yes, since there's one that extends beyond that next column. But on the top, it extends
2.
2, so it would not be a poor high.
Okay, so okay, so we've established that this is a poor low. Now what?
Yep.
Walk me through
So
this. Now what? This is
so
a
now
poor
that
low.
there's a poor low, we want to grab the value area high and low and subtract them to get the difference and multiply it by a multiplier. And then we want to get that number
Let's
and
go, hold on,
subtract
let's
it
go back.
to the
Where's the
multiplier.
value area high and where's the value area low? Is this
So
the
it's where,
high and this is
yes.
the low?
Yep.
Let's take a peek at the subgraphs. Value area color. Wonder if these are. I wonder if with poor high low
Usually,
extension line. Look at this. What is this?
So you can, on the TPO, you can go to settings and inputs and allow it to extend lines when there's a poor high or low,
Is
which
that
may be useful.
Does that
Yeah.
help what we're trying to do?
Um, Maybe in like identifying whether there's a poor high or a poor low. I'm not sure if when you're programming if you can pull that, but if you can, then it would probably be helpful.
Yeah, I think if we could programmatically identify, looks like the value areas might be, well,
Yeah, the only
put in the
problem it seems like with the value area is it's not separating the high and the low.
that's okay though. Well, is it okay? Hold on. This would be just the value area color, but I wonder if this has other data in it that we could.
I think value area is 70%. There is a setup inside the settings. Look for
Yeah,
value area.
it is
It's 70%,
70%. But
always 70%. Yeah.
I
Sure.
don't think that necessarily gives you the data. But there also, if even if we can't pull it from there, there's uh TPO. I think there's like a value area study, another study that we could probably pull from that differentiates them.
I wonder how, like, for this to be a subgraph, it has to have something stored in it. So I wonder what the contents of this is in the data arrays. I wonder what this is actually showing in the data array, like the raw data that makes this subgraph tick.
Uh-huh.
Also, this is set to ignore. So the fact that it's showing the value area, but that's set to ignore, makes me question, um, is there anything in here about showing the value area?
Yeah, so go up and it says up a little bit higher. It will say extend. So I think it's kind of near the top. Up a little bit higher. Yeah, right there where it says extend value area.
Okay. And what
And
is
so there's
that based off of?
value area extension line's a little bit below. Yeah, right there.
What is this based off of? Nothing.
I don't really know. I think that just changes the color.
If I change this, okay, that does control that.
Yeah.
Okay. Really curious to know what's in the contents of both of these, but okay. So we have that. Um, and so, okay, we have this poor low. We have our value area. Now what's next? Walk me through the next step.
In terms of like coding it.
Or what are you trying to, not even coding, but like just speak to me about, so you have this and you have the value area. What do you want to do next?
So once you identify that there's a poor low, you're going to take the value area difference. So like the difference between the high and the low.
Price wise, okay.
Yep. And then times that by a multiplier, and that'll just be
Like an input
random, I
setting.
guess, for now.
Okay.
And then we're going to subtract that value from the value area low.
Okay, so that
And
would,
get a level and plot it.
so that'd probably be somewhere down here, whatever
Yep.
that plotting level is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start doing it. I'm gonna go ahead and grab, where was tutorial 3 again? And I'm gonna make a copy of it, and we'll call this terminally offline TPO. And we're gonna come in here and we're gonna call this terminally offline TPO. Terminally offline TPO. And the first thing we need to do is we need a reference to the study of the TPO, the TPO study. So this one's going to be, input 1 is going to be TPO. ITPO, ITPO, and then TPO name, select TPO study. Okay, that's going to give us that. And then the next thing that we'll need is, I don't think we need this second one input at all, but we will need to draw something, right? Because you're going to want to plot that line. So this is going
Yes.
to be our output. This is just basically your magic output. I don't know, what do you call this thing that you're trying to output? Is there a name for it?
I would say predicted low or predicted excess low or something like that.
Is it always to the low side? You don't care about the high side?
We would want both, yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with predicted low, and then once we get that working, we can do predicted high afterwards, okay?
Okay.
So we'll start with predicted low, and then I'm gonna just name the predicted low for that. And then the next thing we're gonna come here do is, this is gonna be our TPO reference. And actually we can get rid of this, and I don't think we need to loop through anything either. I'm gonna kill this, and this is where we need to go into our TPO subgraph spot, and we need to find, we need to figure out how to read the data to understand if it's a poor high or a poor low. Poor high, poor low extension lines visible. Why aren't they visible? Is there a setting for this?
Yeah, extend.
Where?
Kind of a little bit, yeah, down. Extend.
Why don't?
I don't know. Let's see. Zoom. Let's see if it shows if you zoom out.
Poor high, low, solid 2.
Zoom out on the TPO. Maybe my definition is wrong, but I think let's look at other TPOs to see if they maybe go in and change the tick size to a higher tick size and see if it'll show.
This one?
Yeah.
Instead of 2, you like 5?
Yeah, because that should show some. Yeah, there we go.
I see. 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it dependent on that?
Depends what they're doing to calculate the TP. Like I think it's when they're doing when it has like an equal
Oh,
TPO.
they are. Yeah, it's right there. It's equal.
But oftentimes people will also use it if it just has one below, especially if the tick size is very small,
That's
because
gonna be
their
a
belows will
snag.
be
That's
belows
gonna,
will be like nearly equal.
yeah, that'll snag you. This will affect you. This unless we build our own poor high, poor low calculating system, this is gonna affect you.
Yeah.
I'm curious what this poor high, poor low extension line, what input is this? 34? I'm curious what this is gonna show. So let's say let's call this poor PHPLRef is what I'll call it. And PHPLRef, and then I want 33 because this is actually a zero-based index. So I want to know what this has for values. So what I'll do is I will create a message.format, and I'm gonna put the index that we're on, bar index, and then also I want to spit out the value of PHPLRef here. So I'll say sc.index, and then I'll say PHPLRef of sc.index, and then I'll say sc.add message to log of message. And what I want to see is what does it think it's actually doing. And so what we'll do is select your terminally offline TPO. We'll build this. Got a compiler error here. Not declared in scope. TR comparison. Where am I using TR comparison? Oh, I didn't update the name. This is subgraph predicted low. There we go. Just watching here for this to finish. Okay, that's gonna go. So let's go ahead and come in here and let's find terminally offline, offline TPO. Here is our select TPO study. We're gonna choose the TPO study right there. We have our one subgraph, it's right there, predicted low. Let's go ahead and hit OK. And we have one value being spat out, and we're on the very last bar, and the value being spat out is 0. So it's not at all behaving based off of that. Now I'm curious, what do any of the other subgraphs have? Like, what does the subgraph for value area color have? This is SG15. So let's see what 14 spits out. Just to see, because also nothing. So I don't think that they're actually, I think they're doing something special because the TPO is such a special Sierra chart product. I wonder if they're not actually populating this in here. I wonder if they're actually populating it somewhere else and hiding this functionality for calculating these behind the scenes so that we can't get at it. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to get at that poor high, poor low from here like this. Let's see what other.
And there's if for the values of the value area high and low, we may be able to pull. There's another study called TPO value area lines.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one would probably be easy to pull from, at least pulling the value area high and the value area low, and possibly like the point of control if we want, if I end up
Yeah,
with that.
that might work, but without that poor area, poor low, poor high, it won't even matter based on what you're
Um,
trying to accomplish.
yeah,
So,
and I think we could probably do that based off of candles and just do like 30-minute candles, take the highs of all the candles and take the lows of all the candles, and if the for the highs, let's say, of all the 30-minute candles, we could, or I don't know if you could do this in Sierra, but you could organize them from high to low of all the highs of the candles. And if the the two highest values are within a certain amount, which would be essentially like a poor high where it's almost equal. If they're within a certain amount, then you could do this. So I think you could probably do it without the TPO and just have the 30-minute chart and the value area lines, TPO value area lines.
I see what you mean, but wouldn't that, I don't understand how TPO charts work. If we went up to 4,000 right now,
Uh,
that would mark on the TPO where? It would mark it over here, right? Or would it mark it in column one?
it would mark it everywhere where we haven't been, if
So
that makes sense.
so
So in the
what you're
last 30
saying
minutes,
for the 30-minute idea wouldn't work because if we only looked at the first two 30-minute, we'd have to look through the entire day's 30 minutes
yeah,
and see if anything actually went up there, if that makes sense.
yeah, you'd have to get an array or something vector of all of the values of the highs of the 30-minute candles and the lows of all the 30-minute candles, and then probably like organize them by minimum.
In order of height or in order of
Yes.
price, yeah, rather than
Yeah.
time, and then look for the differences between them. So is there anyone on this call that knows of something in Sierra that already detects poor highs and poor lows, so we don't have to build all that? Is anybody aware?
Do you want to open the profile, right click on it and change it to letters, the right hand side, letter block, just select the column, yeah, on the top, yeah.
This one?
Yeah, selected, yeah. Then from here you can tell which one is the high, poor. I'm not sure if that will be useful for you, Tom.
Problem is we'd need to pull the data from somewhere because we can probably see it visually better with something like this or just having it composite, but
Do you mean you want to get the data from, for example, market profile or a volume profile, not TBO?
we just need the like some way of identifying poor highs and poor lows and whether they're there, and we're trying to do it using the TPO like study. And so the problem
What
is
do
a
you
lot
mean
of the
poor?
data looks like it's
Like,
hard to pull.
is absorption you mean, or no much grid having at this area?
Different people have different definitions for TPO. That's not
Mhm.
good. That's not good. Let me try something here. Remove. Switch this to a bar chart. I'm gonna go to 30 minutes. Where's today? 9:30. There's the start of today. Actually, it's right there. That's the start of today. Actually, let me kill that, and I'll just put it right here. This is the start of today. So what we would need is This may answer your question. Alert when a poor information about poor high and low is not available through subgraph, so it's not something to use an alert. Yeah, we have to, they're hiding it. They're hiding it because it's part of the secret sauce of Sierra. So that's why we can't use that. I think that this might work. What is the, yeah, this might work. I'm trying to think of what other way we can represent this.
Volume profile?
No, they don't, Chris. They don't actually let you. Not just volume profile, but I'm actually thinking the VAP container, the volume at price. Because if there was volume done, yeah, it is odd, but I think it's kind of like, you know, how they hide the VAP internals. It's similar to that, I think. Number bars and TPO they hide. It's their secret sauce. But I wonder if we grab every single, like you were saying, grab every single bar for today in 30-minute increments and look at the lowest low, and if the lowest low is either equal to another existing low or only one tick lower than the next low, then that is a poor low. Did that make sense what I just said?
Yeah.
So let me make this quiet so it's not spitting out values all over the place. But I'm thinking that's the way to go. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill this TPO chart here. I'm going to kill the TPO chart and we're going to do that way. So I'm going to go to 30 minutes and why does this seem so different now than the bar chart that I just had? How is that possible?
When your session started and ending.
I don't know what you mean. It's just our. I think we have it to only regular trading hours, if that's what you mean.
There's a gap,
So,
yeah, that's
yeah.
right.
No. I mean, on the TPO, there was multiple, or on the bar chart when I had it, there were multiple 30-minute.
So this is yesterday and today.
Wait, this
That's
is
yesterday's
today. No, this is today. First bar of today.
No, 11:11. Go move on the right side a little bit. 11:11. Look at the time scale.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
No problem.
great. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is today, starting here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the one I was looking at. Okay, great. So just looking at this again, what we want to do is we want to collect all of our bars for the current day, and then we want to start examining the lows on each one of them. So let's go ahead and do that. We don't need any of this stuff here right now, so I'm just going to put ignore this section. Here's what we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do is we need to actually rip through the entire chart. So we need to make a loop. We're gonna make a loop within For loop, we're going to define an integer I equals 0, and as long as I is less than the number of bars on the chart, we will continue to increment I as we loop through. The other thing we'll need to do is detect the first bar of the day, which index it is, because we basically want to only start at the first bar of today. And we don't care about yesterday or the day before. We only care about the first bar from today. So I'm going to need to reference the Sierra chart documentation for this, but basically, wonder if it's shorter. There's a shortcut somewhere. I think it's in my regime. Hold on, I think I have this in my regime calculator. This today start. I have something that detects the start of a day. Higher time frame, short. Start frame, short. Date. Determine the index based on this chart's time. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. This is determining the day. So I may need this information right here. I'm going to bring that over to my study here. But I thought I had a different one that actually found... No, that's for a different chart. Charting is for the same time. That's looking at other charts. Nope, guess not. Okay. So you know how we'll do this is we will grab the last bar on the chart, the most recent bar, look at the day for it, and then determine, we'll go backwards until we find the start bar for that day by seeing if we go beyond it and then go back one. And that way we'll know. But I swore there was a Sierra chart, ACSIL index for first bar of day. First bar of a trading day. I feel like there was something like this. Yeah, this right here is what I think we wanted. This will work and relies on the date instead of the time. Yeah, that works too. This puts you into an infinite loop. You can try this one. The first bar of the day, and as long as you, and then go backwards, backwards, backwards. Is the day part of the time? Okay. Let's try this. Let's borrow from this. Why is this doing that? Okay, so first bar of day. Let me move this over. First bar of the day, the first thing it does is it sets us to this one, and then it looks at the, so this is going to be the index. This is actually the index of the last bar on the chart. And then it says, is that index, is the date part of that index the same as if we went backwards one? And then it keeps going backwards by one until we get the index of the first bar of the day, which would be this right here. And so what we actually want to do is loop through where first bar of day, we want to loop through like that, and then let's do a sanity check here. Format, I want format, where we say month, day, and that's it. And I'll just say month, day, Oh, you know what else we want is the index. We want the index. So we'll have I, month, day, sc.add message to log. So that's the first step, is being able to correctly identify this starting bar and then looping forward from it. And so it's just going to rip through, except we have errors here. What is the error? The error is on line 56. No matching function call for date part. Wonder what library is that using? Wonder if it's using some other library. Let's take a look. 56, 56. Date part. First bar of day, first bar of day. Let's see why date part is not working. That's not a part of C++ library, that's why. Why would they include that in an example if that wasn't part of it? Okay, let's use what Sierra chart provided instead then, which is this solution here. I feel like I've solved this somewhere else, but I don't remember. SC date start time is equal to the start time of the bar of the most recent one. So we don't want this, we want sc dot array size minus 1. That gives us the date time, and then this gives us day start time. Which is based on a time, but I don't want that. Base daytime in of that, first bar of day. I don't think this is going to work, but let's try it. Because that date part piece did not, oh, none of these, I didn't declare any of these. I was not declared in the scope on line 61, or L was not declared, because all of those L's should actually be I's. There we go. Okay, so we are going back to bar 98. So it goes 98, and we're ending up on 106. So let's count through this. 98, 99, 100, 101, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So where's 7? We're actually on 7 now. Okay, let me clear this. I think we're missing 1 day. We're off by 1, I think. Because we get up to 106. So if this is 106, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 99, 8, 7, 6. So this cannot be right. We're off. Get trading day start time of bar. Daytime in of this. I don't think this is right. Let's look through here again. Hey, Danks, you got your mic open. You're welcome to chat, but I don't think you know it's on mute. It's not on mute, I mean. That was the one I was just on, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't think this is the function that I want. Oh, this might be a quicker way. This looks new. By doing this one, we would get the trading date. Actually, I'm just going to write this manually. This is ridiculous. It shouldn't be this difficult. Let us just go backwards until we find the first date, or the first date that it doesn't match, and just go from there. So the date time, this is the last bar. Date time is going to be the base time of the last bar, and then equals last bar datetime dot get day, and basically the first bar of the day is an unknown, and we're going to go backwards. We're going to go backwards until we hit that bar, so we can actually use the while loop. So until and we can actually borrow from that one function that had that while loop, because it's almost correct. As long as the date time in first bar of day is going to be the last bar of day. While the while the last bar of the day dot get day is equal to, and then we're going to remove this piece, date time of last bar of day minus 1. What are these pointing to? That goes there. This goes here. Now this one matches up to that one. Okay. So while we are in the while the day matches this day, get day, we keep going backwards and decrementing last bar of day. Oh, but that's the wrong variable. I need the index. Shit. Last bar of, this is actually the last day. Last bar day, and then last bar index is equal to sc.array size minus 1. So last bar index, alright, that's not last bar index, that's the last day index. Last day index. If the date of the last day is equal to the one before it, then decrement it one more time and keep going until we get past that. And then at that point, then the first bar of the day is actually equal to the last day index because we decremented it until we got there. And then we have this set. So now this should work. Okay. This goes from 98 to let's spit out the time as well. We'll go hour, and then we'll go minute, hour, minute. So it should say 11:11, and it should go to starting at 9:30. And it goes starting at 9:30 and it goes up to 13:30. But we're on the 14 bar, so it's missing the final bar. Now, why is it missing the final bar? Because of this typo right here. That's why. Now it'll get the final bar and it'll say 1400 on the final one, or at least it should once it's done compiling. And there it is. Okay, so now we have it. We're starting at 9:30, we're going to 1400, and all of that painful exercise was just to be able to identify the first bar of the day so that we can start looking at the lows and comparing them to see if we have that poor low. So now that we have the day figured out, what we need to do is actually examine the lows for each of these. So let's go ahead and figure out the low for bar, or you know what? I'll just call it bar low. And the bar low is going to be sc.low for this bar, which is I. And that will get us the low for each bar. And so what? Do we need to store a low for the day as well? Yes, we do, because we need to compare it, right? We need to compare each low. So let's set up, here are our time variables. Here's our bar low or bar price variables. And I'm just going to make a float low for day. And the low for the day is going to be set manually. Do we need to set it manually? Yes, we do, as we step through. So if it is, let's set it to -1. So if the low of the day is less than 0, then we want to set low for day equals to bar low. If it's not less than 0, so it's not in its initialized state, that means that we're already past the low. We can start comparing. So actually, I need to explicitly gate this, and then this is the initialization step. And this is every bar after the first bar. Just building out the logic for how we're going to loop through and tackle this problem and split it up. So now for the first bar we've done that, but then for the second bar, basically we need to see if this low for the second bar is equal to or one tick below the existing low for the day. So let me write that out. Is this bar's low equal to or one tick, no more, below the existing low a day? And so what we'll do here is we'll have a Boolean which is going to be called poor low, has poor low. We're going to call it false for right now because it's going to get triggered true if this situation happens. And basically, if the bar low is equal to the low for the day, then a couple of things happen. We have has poor low gets flipped to true because then that's a poor low. Else if the bar low is equal to the low for the day minus sc.tick size, that also will be a poor low. And then anything else will just reset, or what we have to initialize this at the end here. And so then the question is when did we trigger this has poor low? Or not when, but if we triggered this poor low. And so I think we want to take this message here and put it right here. And then we're going to say poor low. And I don't need the month and the day in here anymore because we know it's 11/11. And I'm just going to say poor low and has poor low. We're going to compile that, and what we want to see is that at the 10 a.m. bar we get this flipped to true. At the 9:30 it should be false, but at the 10 a.m. bar it should flip to true. And so we'll see what that looks like. So there's 9:30 and there's 10 a.m. and poor low is still equal to 0, so it did not flip, which means either our comparison of these two is wrong, or they're not actually equal or one tick away from each other. So let's do some more digging. The bar low is equal to this, and the low a day is equal to this. So bar low and low for day is that. So let's compile that and look at what we get out from the output from that in order to be able to continue debugging. Okay, so here is the bar low, and what we're really interested in is this 9:30 and 10 bar, which I think is right here. So 3951 and 3951. Oh, look, this is interesting. At this point, I think it might be too late. Oh, wait, it looks like the bar low is set. Hold on a second. This is wrong. Right here. This line is wrong because we're setting the bar low to the low for the day, no matter even if it is lower or not. If the bar low, oops, if the bar low is less than the low for the day, that's when we want to do this. And never any time else. Let's try that again. Okay, and so where's our, so the low of the day is 3951, and it remains 3951 all the way through. That's good. 3951, 3951, 3974, which does make sense because this third bar is, the low of it is 3974 approximately. For this one, 3974, oops. And then 3959 is the next one, which is right here. Okay. So that part is updating correctly now, but we are still not getting a poor low at 10 a.m., which we should be. So let's go back and look.
So
If,
the low is I think it's 2 ticks above on those lows.
oh, was it? I didn't see that. Hold
Yeah.
on.
I would say let's try to have it at
Oh,
like
it is 2
let's say
ticks.
there's
I didn't notice that.
yeah,
You're right. You're right.
let's maybe do like 2, 3, or 4 ticks like difference between the low or
Sure.
like the poorly high low.
Set as input. So integer acceptable, or what do we call it? Tick, what is it called when you have a, like a, what's the word of this that I'm looking for? When you have something that is within a range of something, it's called a,
Inside bar.
no, not related to trading. It's when something is within an acceptable range of error, it's called I can't remember the phrase, but basically this is a tick like error within a range of error, like a tick margin of error. Thank you. Thank you. Tick margin of error. Let's say within 4 ticks, you said? So if the bar low is equal to the low for the day minus the tick size, then that would be true. But what we want if the bar low is equal to the low for the day, or greater than or equal to the low for the day minus the tick, what is that? Tick margin of error times sc.tick size. But also, and the bar low is still so we can't have it going straight up because then it'll trigger for this one. So it needs to be, so the bar low can be greater than equal to the low of the day, but also still less than or equal to the low for the day. It has to still be below the low of the day. It has to be either equal to the low of the day or within a couple of ticks, 4 ticks specifically now, of that low of the day. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. Okay, so now let me reset this. Still no. Why is it not triggering for that one? Let me walk through this. Is the low of the day, what do we have low for the day? Yeah, it's set right there.
I
It's
think it
in
might
the,
be I think it might be low of the day plus or no. Actually.
no, it wouldn't be plus
Yeah.
because it's, oh wait, it is
It might
plus. It is
yeah.
plus because this one is just a bit higher. I was thinking it was lower, but you're right, it is plus. So, I mean, here's the question. Is the margin of error both up and down? Like, are you looking for a margin of error that's within 4 ticks up or down of the low? Or where is the margin of error only to the downside? Like,
Um
here are the nuances that really make up what this.
I would say only to the upside.
So
So
it can
we
only
want
be
to know
higher.
equal or slightly higher.
Okay, so it can only be slightly higher. So if the bar low is less than the low for the day plus the 4 ticks, but it's also greater than or equal to the low, then go, basically, is what you're saying. Let's try that.
Yeah.
Okay, that did trigger, and it triggered at the 10 a.m. bar, which is exactly where it should. Okay, so there's the poor low calculation functioning right there. Now, why the hell did we do all that? We did all that because we needed to know if there was a poor low, which we identified right there. And because of that, now we need to find the value area high and low, right?
Yeah. And so we can probably, like I was saying earlier, I think you can use the TPO value area lines since I think it differentiates with the subgraphs, the value area low and high.
So now we need to throw TPO back on.
But it'll be the TPO. So there's TPO profile chart and there's also TPO value area lines. So it's,
Oh,
I think it's a little bit lower.
this one? Okay.
Yes.
Do I need to change anything here?
I don't think so, no.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff happening. Nor does that appear to be referencing the correct spot. What are all these subgraphs? Point of control, we don't care, right?
Yep.
Value area high. Oh, this isn't for poor lows. This is just value area high and low. Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be the data we're going to be used to do like the extension
Right.
level to calculate it.
So I'm gonna make these like this, just so my colorblind self can see it. Okay. So this we should be able to fetch using subgraph 2 and 3. So let's go ahead and implement that piece. So instead of this being the well, we can leave it as the TPO study, but it's going to be subgraph. It's going to be these two guys. So now we're going to grab these. And do we care here about doing this in here? I don't think we do, actually. So I'm going to paste it here. And this is going to be the value area. This is going to be value area low ref. And this one's going to be the value area high ref. And this one is going to be the, what did I say they were? Was it subgraph what? 2 and 3, so it'll be 1 and 2 on a zero-based index. So that's the value area low. And then this is the value area high, which I still, okay, so right there. So now we have the data for both of those, and so to get the most recent, so what are we doing with these? We need to calculate the,
We're going to calculate the difference and then times it by a multiplier. And hopefully the multiplier we can put in as just an input. And so that way I kind of want to fiddle around with it and backtest and see what's the best for that multiplier.
so we're going to take the most recent bar, value area high, and subtract it from value area low, reference of the most recent bar. That's the difference. Okay.
And then we're going to multiply it by some multiplier.
Magic multiplier, move to inputs later. We'll move it to input later. Do you have a starter value for the multiplier that you want?
Let's say 0.6.
0.6. Perfect. And then what's the name of the calculation of the multiplier by the difference between these?
Let's call it predicted low.
Okay, so but it wouldn't be though. It would be because the predicted low is the level we're gonna draw after we
Oh, so what are you
apply.
saying?
So this is going to be the calculation right before the predicted low. The predicted low will be the low plus this whatever
Oh, okay.
this thing is. So this is actually the value area magic multiplier
Like
padding. It's
extension.
like the padding. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to call it value area padding is equal to the VA diff times the magic multiplier. And then the predicted low, which I don't think, yeah, predicted low is equal to the low, it's equal to the low for the day, right?
So I want to do value. So the value area low minus the padding.
Oh, okay. So it's the VA low ref of the SC dot index minus the VA padding is the predicted low, and then what we want to do is, where's our subgraph? Predicted low, S predicted low. So then what we want to do is S predicted low is equal to of SC index, because we're going to stuff that predicted low value into this spot on the subgraph, which is going to draw it for us, is equal to the predicted low. So let me comment this. So this is the padding amount for calculating our predicted low, and this is actual value of predicted low, and this is add blah, 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 blah. This is subgraph value to draw. And then what we're going to do is compile this and say a prayer. Okay, let me clear this. Oh, I think it's drawing it on this. Let me move this to subgraph region 1. Huh.
So it looks like it says predicted low is 4.
Oh, wait, is that it right
There,
there?
like above.
That's it right there, right?
Yeah, but we'd want it below.
Let
That's
me
confusing.
change the color on it so it's a little easier to. I'm gonna make it this, and then can I make it a point, like a large, just a large, even larger, just so that we can see it easier. Actually, we can just make it a line. That's fine. There we go. Just so that it's easier to spot. So you're saying that the that the
So it should be
calculation might
below.
value area low reference minus the padding. The padding is going to be a positive number, right? Because we took the high minus the low.
Yeah, which should be
I wonder if we
positive.
need to do a sanity check here on the values here, because I think that
Yeah, maybe.
if they are somehow negative, then we would be getting an addition, and that might be what's happening. So let's silence these and then move this over here. And then we'll do this, and what we'll say is that'll be the index still. And then what we want is the diff. We want the padding, and then we want we probably want the value area low right here as well.
Uh,
Value area low. And so we want the VA diff, we want the VA padding, and then we want the value area low. What did I say that was? That was that. Let me remove this. Okay, let's take a look. So the difference is negative. That's why. And the padding, therefore, is negative, and that's why it's becoming. So why is the diff negative? The value area high minus the value area low. Did I get my subgraphs mixed around? Subgraph.
yeah. Oh, yeah. The high would be, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
the-
I totally got them mixed around. Yep. Yep. So this one's 1, this one's 2, and that's exactly what happened. So let's go ahead and do that again. The easy ones are my favorite to fix. Oh, wow. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's confusing.
So the difference is 27. Let's double check that. So 86 to 59-ish. Yeah, that's 27. Padding is 16. So 27 in, divided by 2 would be just slightly more than 15. Or sorry, 60% of 27 would be slightly more than 15. So let's just do a sanity check on this. 27.75 times 0.6 is 16. That's correct. Great. And then so the value area low is 39.59, which is right there. Great. And then we are subtracting that to there. So what must be happening is that on the very excuse me, on the very first run of it, there must not be one of these values, which is why it's ending up here. Let me see if okay, so what, yeah, I see why. So I refresh the chart and now it's tracking it right there
Okay.
correctly. So that is the predicted low right there. That's your value area low minus your your magic padding number. That's it right there.
Oh.
Okay. So what's next? The next is doing the same thing but for the high, right? Because that's what you wanted
Yeah.
right there, right?
Flip everything.
Yeah. So
That's high.
this here would be predicted high. It's going to be subgraph 1. We're going to make a copy of this predicted low and call it predicted high, and we're going to call it predicted high. We're going to remove all this, ignore this, because we're not using that anymore. And then this stuff about calculating the day and the time, we keep that, but here we also need to do high for day, and then has pour high, and margin of error, we also need to move that into a an input. This we don't need, this we don't need. Bar low, so we're gonna need bar high, and it's gonna be sc.high, And then low for the day, we need to basically mimic all of this behavior and track the high for the day. So we're going to do that right here. So everywhere it says, I'm going to put high for day, 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 high for day. And everywhere where it says bar low, I'm going to say bar high, 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 high. And so initialization step bar high is going to be equal to SC to high. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Da 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 da. And has poor low, we need to change to has poor high everywhere, and we did that right there. Now, high for the day calculation is going to be a little bit different, because if the bar high is less than or equal to the high for the day, we actually want to reverse this, right? We want it to be greater than this minus this, and the bar high is less than or equal to the high for the day. Then we have that. And then if the bar high is greater than the high for the day, we need to update the bar high to reflect that. Now, the next thing we need to do is come over here to this section and repeat our, there's the diff. Da, 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 predicted low. So next thing we need to do is do predicted high, and that's going to be equal to the value area high plus the padding, and then we need to add our predicted high right here like that, and then we need to go ahead and remove our terminally offline thing. And you know what? Where are our to-dos? We might as well, since we have a new input and subgraph. So there's our margin of error. I'm going to go ahead right now and just make a new input for margin of error. This is going to be input 1. And this is going to be, instead of 4, it's going to be I margin of error dot get integer. And then we're going to create a variable here where we're going to call this margin of error, and this is going to be called margin of error in ticks, and we're going to set it to set integer of 4, and that's going to be the default margin of error. And you'll be able to change that using your inputs going forward from here. Bless you. And then from here, we're going to set it there. Tick margin of error is what we're going to use for our calculation, so we're going to go there. So this is margin of error in ticks. Now, the next to do we had was the magic multiplier, so let's go up and repeat everything we just did. This is our magic multiplier. Just keep things tidy here. Let's do this. Let's go down here and create the magic multiplier that matches that name, and we'll call this the magic multiplier. And this is going to be a float, set float to 0.6. And then in here, we're going to come down. Where's our magic multiplier to do? Here she is. This is actually going to be equal to I magic multiplier dot get float. And then we're going to call this the magic multiplier. And then it'll be used in here. And now we've parameterized everything that we need to, and now we just need to compile. Okay, and now we go to analysis, add custom study, terminally offline. There's your high and low. There's your select your TPO study. It's right there. Number of ticks, error, number of ticks, magic multiplier, hit go.
It's on the other subgraph.
Oh, right. Thank you. There's one. I see one little one right there, and I see one little one right there. let's go ahead and fix that. Default subgraph region is, I think this is wrong. It's not supposed to say graph region. Let me look up the documentation on this. I think ACSIL region. I don't think this is the correct thing. Graph region. Displays main price graph. Graph region is 0, read write. This is for the study to be displayed in. Okay, so it is 0 base, so I do want to set this to 0. And we want to say display in main price, in main price graph region. And then those we can make slightly more visible, maybe by making them larger. There you go.
Hey, thank you.
That looks correct, right? This one's down there. That's your predicted high. That's your predicted low.
Yeah, that looks correct.
Okay. Let me just make
Is
sure
that
I've...
historical as well?
Say again?
Is that historical? Can we look back yesterday and day before, or only the
This one
current day?
does not look back to yesterday, no. This one is only current day. The way we coded it was
Oh,
only current day. If you wanted it to be historical, what you would need to do is bring this section into this main loop, and instead of going through the first bar of the day, start at the beginning of the chart. And that way you could go historically through everything. If you move this in to here, and then you'd have to update the logic in here to account for that. To be able to reset at the detection of a new day, you'd have to detect a new day. I'm not doing that. I'm just detecting the most recent day. But you'd have to detect a new day and reset all the variables that you have here to reset state. And then you'd have to bring this stuff in as well into this loop. So no, this is just for the most recent day.
okay, great, thanks.
All right, terminal, I'm gonna share this with you here. Here. There you go.
Thank you. It's a grind. Why I'm
That's
so sick at coding.
it's you know what it is? It's a lot of like solving small problems and chopping them up into chopping up the large problems into small problems, like dividing everything you had said about the TPO. We realized that we couldn't detect poor lows, and we need to do it, you know, through here, and so having to do it like that. So
Yeah. Well, thank you.
you're welcome. Let's see, it's 2:45 p.m. and we've been going since 10 a.m. I'm starting to get kind of hungry. I'm wondering maybe this is a good place to do a wrap up of questions, remaining questions. I don't know, leave 10, 15 minutes for questions if anyone has them, and then head off and enjoy our day, rest of the day. So I'll open it up for questions now.
I was wondering about, so when you're coding, what's the way that you're able to, almost like your control F where you can select the same thing and you are copying pasting it,
That
like because
is,
we had high or we had low, and then what you did is you almost like control F where you selected all the things with that, and then you were able to copy.
yep. So that is a feature of this text editor that I'm using, this coding editor. This is called Vim. It's a very old coding editor and text editor that
Yeah.
came on all the Unix machines going back to the 70s. It's a very old program, and you don't use your mouse in it. It's all keyboard shortcuts, and within it, there are two modes to write in. One is block mode, which I'm currently in, and you can see it because my cursor is a block. And the other one is insert mode, which I just entered here. And this is where I can type like a normal person. If I go back into block mode, those keys I cannot type in. Now all of a sudden every single key on my keyboard turns into a shortcut key where I can copy and paste lines like this.
Yeah.
I can jump to the beginning of each word. I can jump to the back to the start of the line. I can jump to the end of the line if you're watching my cursor carefully. I
Yeah.
can highlight anything in the document and then I can iterate through it very quickly. I can quickly find the next three words, copy them, open up a new line, and just start pasting those three words or any other combination that I want. I can go horizontally or vertically rather and update things, even selecting the beginning and ends of words like this, and then change them. I can undo all that. I can change the next four words or undo that. I can, I mean, there's so many things you can do in Vim that you just can't do in a code editor, and it's just been, you know, decades um, of using it every single day for work and personal projects. You just can't do this kind of stuff at this speed in any other text editor like Notepad++ or any of the other ones. They just don't feature this. So the short answer is you have to learn Vim if you want to use all those shortcuts that I'm doing. But the ability to be like able to like, you know, I can search for type and then go backwards or forwards through all the occurrences of it. That allows me to do stuff like, you know, where is value area high being used? Oh, it's used here, 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 here. Okay, great. What about I magic multiplier? Boom. Now I'm taken up here, and there's the other spots where it's used. You know,
Yeah. That's way helpful. But that's kind of, I don't know, probably like a learning curves.
is a very steep learning
Doing
curve.
all
Chris
that.
says Notepad++ has most of what you showed. It's a little different and maybe not as expansive. So there you go. It sounds like there is a bunch of that stuff in Notepad++, which is free, I believe, still. So take take a take a shot at that. I don't think Notepad++ has Vim style navigation where you can just like move down and up with just using your keyboard. I'm not using the arrow keys. I'm using
Yeah.
J and K actually to go up and down. But Notepad++ has a lot of stuff. Sublime Text, another one. I think there's a free version, and then there's I think a paid version, which has some pretty cool features. But I don't know. Text editors, I just got used to using Vim, and um, you know, if it works, don't break it.
Yeah. That's smart.
It's cool, man. I like it. I'm start to learn it as well.
It is a steep learning curve, but I'm sure there's some YouTube videos that can help.
There is a series so how to use it. And as a plugin, you can put some plugin to it as well to do certain things. I'm
You
not sure
can,
what
yeah,
it
you
is.
can write plugins, and you can do, I mean, you can do a lot of stuff. It's a uh, uh, very powerful text editor, and it can even be an IDE. I used to work in the aerospace and defense industry right out of college many decades ago, and I worked on an embedded systems team, and the engineers who I worked with were writing low-level C kernels for these various embedded systems that would get put into either aircraft or navigation or weapons systems. And they would write all these plugins for Vim because they're writing in C and they had to build their own like utilities and shortcuts and all this stuff. So they'd build it all into Vim. So pretty way beyond my skill sets, but pretty cool to watch. I was just I was doing my like internship from in my last years of college, and then I started working for them as my first job out of college, and just sitting next to these guys who had a lot more Vim experience than I did, and it was just crazy watching them. Anyways, what other
Sounds
questions?
good, man. I actually have one.
Yeah,
Through C++, can I create machine learning and blocked into Sierra? You think that bridge will be, I mean, does C++ can produce machine learning to
can C++
train, basically?
produce machine learning? Um,
Or is not
I'll
capable
start
with
with saying that I am not a machine learning expert. I think that any programming language you could implement some form of machine learning. There's probably other platforms and other languages that make that a lot easier. I think that it'll be an uphill battle to do that, but I think the first part would be to really understand what are you trying to get the the what is the problem set you're trying to solve, and what type of machine learning are you trying to do? Are you trying to do categorization? If so, of what? Are you trying to do, there's like different types of ML that can solve different kinds of problems. Um, it what are you trying to accomplish with that? Uh, when you say machine learning in Sierra, what do you mean by that? Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Um, what I'm trying to accomplish is pulling data, live data, and or historical data, then basically train the machine on it. Is that possible on C++? The reason I'm using C++ because it's faster than Python, for example.
Yeah, I mean, you could train a data set using, I'm sure there's C++ um, like libraries that you could download and use in your Sierra code if you wanted to be able to feed it data sets that you have trained it on. I haven't done that, um, but there's gotta be. There's gotta be. There's even some threads here on that. Machine learning libraries for C++. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so there's a couple libraries here. Machine Learning Pack and this Shark library. So if you set up everything that you wanted to, then it looks like yes, you could use these libraries to run tests, and you can even use CSV files for inputs if you use these libraries. So yeah. So if it has to be for Sierra, then you could do this. If it doesn't have to be, then you could do it for something else. You could use Python and do it for something else.
Okay, thanks, man.
Hmm.
But it is possible to connect if you have a system built on outside Sierra, C++, machine learning or reinforcement learning, then I can kind of basically like trading, but connected to Sierra chart. Is that possible? You think?
I think it is possible. There's probably a couple different ways to accomplish that, depending on how you needed to feed the data into Sierra, like if you wanted to use Sierra for execution, you mean? You could probably have a study that reads from something else that's outputted from whatever other system that you're running, and then that would be able to get into you'd be able to access it from Sierra by using a Sierra study that can read from some shared like middle layer. So yeah, there are ways. Um, you could use a database in the middle. You could use flat files in the middle. You could use sockets in the middle. So yeah, you could connect some other system that's generating data and then be able to connect to it through Sierra and then go from there.
Okay, yeah, thank you, man. I
Mhm.
think socket, I heard that before. You can open a socket on CR, then connect it to your machine learning machine through the network, then the kind of like you can send it some command. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing some super high throughput stuff, that is definitely an area I am not experienced in.
Okay, man. Thanks, man.
What other questions, guys? You're welcome, Mike. Okay, going once. How's my trading been? My trading, so I did not trade yesterday and I did not trade today because I am sleep training my little one and I'm not sleeping at night. You could probably hear how tired I am in my voice. Yes, last night was rough. But I think that I made a pretty large mental stride recently. I was telling someone else about this, but um, I made a pretty large mental stride. I can even share with you what it looks like um, on a drawing. This is gonna seem very simple, at least I think it does, but this has had a pretty large effect on the way I view everything and the way that I've been trading since kind of like coming across this. But basically, it comes down to for the A or A plus plays that are positional plays, in other words, not scalps like right off the open, not those, not the quick ones where I just see a quick opportunity to get in and out, not those, but like the larger picture trades that are probably going to take more than half an hour to go through and are probably going to take, you know, 30 to minutes to 2 hours, maybe more. For those, the biggest thing that's changed is add to the winners. And that seems so simple and so easy to do. But if you guys are familiar at all with my trading and what I've been doing for the last year with incorporating footprint and incorporating volume profile and some of the other things, what I'll do is I'll have, let's say I'm looking to get long because there's a stock, here's its pre-market levels, and here's the open, and on the open, it breaks through its pre-market levels, and then on the volume profile, I'll see spots on there, and I'll look for a pullback to one of those spots. It pulls back there, I get long there. Maybe there's a big spot here. That's where I set my stop, and I'm looking for a continuation to the high of day, and I'll take my profit there. So what I was doing was I was taking my profit very early, taking my profit here, here, here. And if it was an A plus play, I would be out right here. Meanwhile, the thing would just continue going further and further, and I was okay with that. And the biggest shift that I've had is turning all these spots where I want to take profit And instead of taking profit, I'm adding to the position instead. So if the position's working and it's a higher time frame, bigger picture play and not just a quick scalp, what I've started doing now is once I get in and it's working and then it starts to pull back a little bit, instead of moving my stop up here, I'm actually finding a way to get bigger and I'm adding at those spots. And then when it continues going, I'm looking for a place to get bigger and adding at those spots rather than taking off. And it's quite a difference in thinking. It's very scary. It feels terrible because when you're sitting on open unrealized profit, at least for me, when I'm sitting on open unrealized profit and it starts to come back, I start to get nervous and worried that I'm going to lose my open unrealized profit, and I'm scared to lose this unrealized profit, and I want to realize it. I want to take some off. I want to take some off and realize the profit and not see any of that come back on me.
Do you
And
use, sorry to cut you off, mate, but do you know that measure move for pullback, the measure move basically from
sure,
the open?
sure.
That's where could be the predicted market can go, measure move.
Yeah, that's more of like I know what you mean. That's more looking for like targets and stuff like that. That I might incorporate something like that later, but really when I'm looking for ultimate targets, there's a couple other things that I'm looking at. I don't want to be there's nuances to this as well, um, that I haven't explained here as I'm just kind of explaining. I'm not adding to just any winner. It's not like a blind, oh, I'm positive, it's 10 cents in the money, so I'm adding to it. It's not at all like that. There's a lot of other criteria that are going into it. So, what's another example? The let's say something's breaking down and it's got some long-term level on the higher time frame on the daily, and we just absolutely cracked through that. And so the daily chart is just completely cracked through that spot, and we're way lower, and there's a bunch of people underwater, right? And so going off that daily and now into the intraday, let's say we had that pre-market range, and it was bouncing in the pre-market range, and then here's the open, and then we just drive down really hard through that. Um, Again, it has to be A plus, A style play. Just because it drove down here doesn't mean there's going to be a measured move to go down further, and that's not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is the thesis and the context behind why it is such a high grade play. Usually it's some kind of fresh news catalyst that'll make this happen, to give it the A plus looking setup. And I'm not just adding to it. If I entered it, let's say there was a big spot here and this is my entry on a pullback and it popped back here and I enter here. If it gets down here, I'm not just entering and adding here just because I'm in the money. That's not at all what the point is. My 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 first spot to see it even start working is for it to crack through low of day and move through there. So I'm not even thinking about um, looking to add until it's really starting to move in my way. And the thing is that I used to be afraid to add down here because it's like, well, I have these great prices up here, but now I'm going to be lowering my average price, and I'm going to be uh, bringing my average price down. So if it comes back on me, I'm going to be in a worse position, and then that's going to mess with my head and all that. But I found a way to get around that. Really, what I'm doing is I'm breaking it. I'm thinking about it less in terms of uh, just a whole position and more of splitting it into lots. and I will split my position, it's a positional play, into lots. So there could be like a core lot. Let me just switch to this. There can be a core lot. There can be a second lot, like a second core, essentially, just to get bigger. And then there can be a momentum lot. That's typically how I've been operating on this. And so what I'll do is I'll add, or I'll initialize the position with a core lot right here. So this will be a core lot. And then as it comes and breaks down through here and it starts working, I'm going to see how it interacts here. And if it cracks, if it bounces here and then comes back down to here and breaks through this prior low a day, then I'm going to be starting to watch to add the second core lot and actually just double my position. Why? Because it's an A plus play with a fresh news catalyst going behind it, and there's just major reasons for why this could continue moving lower. So at that point, I'll start looking to add a second core lot at some place based off the volume profile, off the footprint. So the second core lot, I'll be looking to add there. The momentum lot is really based off of tape. I'll see if I see something on the tape, like a seller step in and just start really smacking it or holding the offer somewhere, and something on the tape that really gets me wanting to add size because there's really well-defined risk, then I'll add a momentum lot. And I will not keep that on for a very long time. I'll use that to just generate cash flow. It's kind of what Chris is talking about, scalping it back and forth. I'll add that momentum lot to scalp cash flow, but it's separate. It has a separate stop from my core lot, and the second core is really for just getting bigger in something that's working. The momentum lot's just making cash flow. So I'm starting to think about it that way, but it's really hard, at least for me, to be in the money, heavily in the money, in a place where I used to be like, okay, I'm going to take profits, I'm going to take profits, I'm going to secure that win, I'm going to secure that P&L, and I'm going to actually do the exact opposite. It's really hard to flip your brain to do that, but it has made quite a difference. And so now I am adding to those positions rather than taking off. And what ends up happening is because each of these lots has a different stop, I'm managing them separately, each of these lots. What ends up happening is I end up adding to positions that are working, and because of all the other factors, they are very highly likely to follow through. One of the things that in my review I noticed was I'm getting into really high quality positions, but I'm really taking such a small piece out of them. And the reason is because I'm taking my profits way too early because I'm afraid that the market's going to come back on me and I'm going to either make less of a profit than I had unrealized or even take a loss on something that I was unrealized. But I'm starting to see that for my personality and for my trading preferences, I actually would like to be a lot bigger in these high quality winners than I am right now. These high quality plays, they don't come through every single day. On the days that they are coming through, you really need to take advantage of them. I need to take advantage of them. You can do whatever you want, but I need to take advantage of them. And I need to really size up when we have these special situations, when these A plus setups come, because when they come, they often follow through, and I really need to make those count. They can make your week, your month, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get really outsized gains on those. If it's just like a B setup, I'm not going to be adding to a winner on a B setup. If it's I mean, I shouldn't even be taking C trades or D quality trades. If it's just like a quick momentum play, I'm not going to be adding to the winner. If it's within the first couple minutes off the open, I'm not going to be adding to a winner on those because the context isn't there for the follow through. This is for more of like the situation where I don't know what happened recently. We had yesterday the inflation numbers come out, and everything just started screaming to the upside. I wasn't trading yesterday because I was so exhausted, but um, you have that situation. A lot of these names clearly being bought up, a lot of the sector moving, and there were opportunities where if you had doubled your position on the long and just kept it going because the winner was working, and then you doubled and handled that lot separately, um, that's how you really make outsized returns. So that's when you ask how's my trading going, I think I've turned a leaf because um, I'm viewing these A plus setups much differently now than I was maybe a month ago. I'm really trying to extract more out of them. So,
Why
uh,
don't you size your position if you good at one momentum and you can recognize it? Why don't you double your entry at the same location?
like like here,
Yeah, when you see it is going, is moving, you see the order flow is going in your direction, then you start adding.
um,
Then you,
because because it has to do with how I put the lots on. The core lot I'm putting on as limit order as it comes into a level that I can lean against something that I see on the footprint or on the volume profile. That's the definition of the core lot. The momentum lot is really a tape driven thing. It's where it's something, it's like a scalp. I'm not treating the momentum lot like a core lot. The risk is going to be significantly different for this momentum lot than the core lot. And then the second core is this new, approach that I'm trying to put into place where if I have a positional situation and that is working, I am adding it on. I'm not adding it on just because I see it working and the momentum's going my way. I'm adding it on based on something else I see on the footprint after the position has started to work, but I'm also leaning against something. So it has risk against a specific spot in the volume profile or in the footprint or something else, some kind of higher time frame level that I'm actually leaning against for that second core lot. So I can't
mm,
I can't add the second core lot based on my rules just because it's working my way. I could add a Momo lot if I saw something on the tape, but it's going to be a different definition than the second core lot. I would take it off after the Momo stops and leave that core on. Why don't I want to double up here on the core lot? Because that's not the play. That's just taking on more risk than what I was. Um, that's taking on more risk than what I am looking to take on. Because by
yeah,
the time I'm adding that second core lot, remember I'm heavily in the money.
yeah, but you put more risk if you take it at the bottom. That's what I mean. You bring your price, you average price right in between.
Yep, and that's what I was
So
mentioning earlier. That was the that
mm,
was the that was the piece that was so difficult for me to swallow was that I'm adding and
yeah, add a small, don't go big. Yeah, you just double wherever you entry, just a quarter of it or a half, and slowly add on the way down,
right, but
not all at once.
so that doesn't work. That doesn't work for me. But the
Mm.
the the hesitation I had to do it before was because of that very reason. I was interpreting adding later as being late and chasing into the move, but now I see because of the other things that are involved and the context surrounding this other these higher quality plays, these A plus plays, that yes, I am adding at not as good prices, but the trade is clearly working, and there are so many other things here that are going my direction. So not only do I have confirmation, but I have higher time frame things happening that it's okay for me to add. And I'm not sure that like if you would have asked me a month or two ago, isn't it more risky to add down here, for example, with that second core lot, I would have said yes. But now I would say no. I would say actually it makes more sense to add down here. It feels terrible. It doesn't feel right, but it works because of everything else that's going on. Again, I'm not just adding and doubling my size just because it's working. That's not at all the case. I'm adding to my position for a multitude of reasons that are in concert with one another and working together with one another, and that's when I would look to add. If I didn't have those, like if I didn't have all those factors working, I wouldn't be adding that second core lot. I wouldn't be adding to the position. So now
Okay,
now
yeah,
I don't agree with that what I used to. I used to think the way that you said, in that, isn't it more risky to add that size down here? I used to think that's true, but now I it's actually the opposite. I feel the opposite about it. I do want to be adding as it's working my favor.
I see what you mean because the reason I come up with that, because I know stock is different than future. So because I watched this guy already sent you the video, I don't want to put it here so I don't get in trouble. His name is Ross Cameron. He's trading every day the stock, and what he does is when the momentum coming back up, he started adding at the highs that he started leaving the position. That's the technique he's using. So maybe have a look at it. Maybe give you some idea of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was
Uh,
recently in a huge lawsuit because the federal authorities have charged him with fraud, and he sells online courses. He's one of the fake gurus um, who basically swindled like millions of dollars out of people learning to trade. I never followed him. I just know of him as um, the
I heard that.
his
Yeah,
name
I did.
is his Ross Cameron. I
Yeah.
think he went by Warrior Trading, I think is what his name was. And then he very shadily deleted all of his online presence and his all of his tweets he deleted. He deleted like everything he had. Um, so he's one of those guys that you see on YouTube where he says, I made $1 million today and it was super easy and you can too. And I don't buy into that type of person or idea. Nothing about trading is easy. Um, and anybody telling you that there's something easy and that you just need to do it this way or buy their indicator or buy their course, they are trying to steal your money. And if you don't believe me, then that's fine. Go give them your money. That's up to you. But
I hear you. I hear you. I am not trying to convince you. I'm just telling you that he doesn't sell an indicator or anything. He just trade on 1 minute and 5 minutes. And what he does is see rotation and start to trade that rotation, watching the tape. And I'm not following him, but I was like I know him for like a year and a half or two now. No personally, but I know his YouTube channel. And what he does is he's come live every day and he trades in front of everyone. So people accuse him as what he does is he says I'm gonna enter here, then after that if everyone following him, then he will exit his position beforehand. So he's taking other people's money. That's what people accuse him
yeah,
by what
yeah,
he's doing.
I think that's what the SEC said about him
Yeah.
too. Yeah, I mean, again, anybody who's advertising on YouTube, selling something like courses or get rich quick or putting their face on a YouTube thumbnail with a large dollar sign and say you can do this too. That's extremely misleading. This is a very difficult game and there's nothing easy about it. So I just
No, he's not. He's not.
I get very turned off by those types of online personalities. I don't really follow any. I think Fat Cat's the only, or Verlo Trading and Fat Cat are the only traders that I really follow.
Yeah, I do like his videos. It's very good. I like it. But about that, uh, he does
But notice the two
trade
things
live.
about them. Neither of them are selling shit, and neither of them are telling you that trading is easy. Like,
I agree. No,
th
it's not easy. No, it's not.
there's nothing easy. Um, Danks asked, do you usually do that with Catalyst and earnings? Yes, exactly. So Danks, without some kind of catalyst that is causing professional institutional attention to come into the stock, there's absolutely no reason for me to be even watching it, um, for especially for an A plus type of positional play. There's no reason. I need professionals to come in with a lot larger of buying power to actually move it one way or the other because they got caught off sides and need to put something on their books or off their books because of fundamental news that just broke, like a news catalyst. That's what causes stocks to move, and that's where I want to be focusing. And when you have those, like I remember a couple months ago, Tesla dropped like over 100 something points in one day. Um, and it was because Elon had to sell his shares to like prepare for Twitter. Like those types of moves, they it's like there's so much firepower behind it. Um, that those are the types of plays where I want to be applying this mindset of adding to the winners instead of taking off as it's going. And what I've realized is that when it's time to actually leave the trade, there's two there's two things that I can really rely on: higher time frame levels, and then also um, the tape. The tape is a very heavily leaned on friend of mine, where I can see where large pushes are either starting or ending. So yeah, I very much heavily do rely on catalysts, earnings, unexpected news events. Um, I mean, there's so many examples of that. Uh, like when Facebook announced the metaverse thing, all those chip makers started popping. I mean, there's just so many examples of that happening. Yesterday had great volatility, good if you were prepared. Have you tried, Gaspacho asked, have you tried strategizing and trading with statistics? It's possible to code something like this in Sierra charts. This is my code. Yes, I was an automated trader in a prior lifetime and wrote trading algorithms. IBH total. So these are a bunch of computed stats. And so you're basically saying based off of these, create a trading strategy that would buy and sell based off of this. Yes, I have done that before. I spent most of my early 20s and 30s doing that, and I left that industry around 2016, and I prefer, for myself, discretionary trading now over automated trading. They have a trade activity log. You can access trade statistics programmatically. Stats like those should be used as a guide to complement your pre-existing process. They don't work as a standalone process. Misleading advertising. I'm assuming that's talking about Ross Cameron. He has a following. Not sure if he's purely fraud. They pinned him on misleading advertisement. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's 100% fraud or 98% fraud or 50%. I have no idea. I don't trust people who sell shit for online, telling others who are going into it that it's easy when it's related to trading. That's just my stance on it. If you're telling people there's easy money to be made or an easy strategy or this is the one trick, and you're all of a sudden going to be, off on a beach smirking because you have the secret and now you can print money. That just does not exist. Anybody who's traded for more than a few days, months, knows that's true. I agree. I'm just asking for strategies like IBC continuation, IBF failure, etc. What do you think about Merit Nadro? Never followed him. I believe he's a futures guy, and there's a whole section here in this Discord where they talk about the NADRO. I think Fat Cat Gazpacho actually has a video on his YouTube about comparing what he thought about NADRO. I think he took the course. I think quite a few others have taken the course. I think OnlyTix has also gone through that course and can tell you about it. I don't trade futures, so I'm probably not the right person. Merritt, I haven't really followed him. Who I have followed though, when I was learning footprint, was ACSIL Futures. They have a YouTube channel with a bunch of free videos on how to read footprint, and I found those really useful for when I was building my domain knowledge and how footprint actually works. Like what does it actually mean, and how to interpret some of the ambiguous things that you can find on a footprint. So I found the Axia YouTube channel helpful for interpreting footprint. Fat Cat has a lot of volume profile videos on his YouTube channel, which are really helpful for understanding how he interprets volume profile, how ledges work, how value areas work, how things like to suck up into value areas or reject them. Then a lot of seat time as well, and that's kind of how I came to that. Off topic, do you know what the main NASDAQ stock market sub exchanges are? Island? I don't know them off the top of my head, no. Um, but also off topic, uh, during the height of COVID, I actually called the NASDAQ tech support line, and it went to this guy's personal cell phone, who was like one main engineer for NASDAQ. And I caught him while he was like at home eating like dinner at his or a late lunch at his house. I could hear his like kids and wife in the background, and we were talking. I was asking him how different exchanges executed across Nasdaq symbols. So maybe if you can find that phone number, you can get a hold of him. Um, oh, there you go. Number said PSX Island, NASCOM for options. There you go. Why not try futures? Because it is completely foreign to me, and I've been doing stocks since the early 90s, and I have no footing whatsoever in futures. I actually keep the futures up. I watch the ES and NQ every single day because I'm trying to just build um, experience and screen time with it. So I watch it every day. But I've been watching stocks for decades longer, so that's why. How long have we been going here? This is quite a marathon. So we've been going since 9:50 a.m. It's 3:30 p.m. Yeah, what a marathon. Okay, what else? Equities are better for momentum trading. Thanks for today. You're very welcome. I should have a nice meal. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it was helpful. Went through a couple interesting things. Oh, look at this. That's interesting. It's been moving on us. Oh, he's not in here anymore. Terminally offline. But interesting that that moved on us a little bit as the value area is adjusting probably, right? That's probably why. Interesting. Yeah, we tackled some interesting problems today. Hopefully, that was helpful in terms of not so much how to code it up, but how to break problems down. Because the coding part, you can always look for how to actually code something, but that's not really where the challenge is. The challenge is in problem solving and breaking your problem down into bite-sized pieces that you can then apply in code. That's really the trick. That's the secret sauce for coding. It's not how to type in this stuff. It's how to think about problems and break them down and problem solve. Like this opening TPO issue that we had to break down into having this candlestick chart instead of using the TPO for finding the poor lows and poor highs. That's a great example of, and then how do you actually calculate that? Well, you know, you use very basic computer science programming concepts like looping through and comparing things at highs and lows and all that. So, um, yeah. So it's about problem solving, not about knowing. Like you saw, I don't memorize these function calls. I don't memorize how these different Sierra chart functions work. I just use the documentation and look it up. A quick Google search will find you most of the way how to implement something, but it's really about understanding what the problem is, what the problem set is, and how to tackle it. That's what I think that's where all the heavy lifting is. So. Um, and um, that's why I don't value very highly people who can memorize. If you can memorize every function call and how it works and what the parameters are, that's awesome for you. I don't value that very highly. There are some um, employers, I'm thinking of a conversation from yesterday that is off topic, but there are some employers that really uh, want people who have memorized every single function call and every single argument and everything, where everything should go and how it should work. I value that very lowly. I don't put a large value on that because all of that can be obtained from a quick Google search. For me, what's most important is how does your brain work for solving problems when you don't actually know how to solve the problem? How do you stare into the abyss and break a problem down into chunks that you can actually tackle and solve? That is worth a lot more to me in terms of actually getting stuff done and being able to accomplish something than knowing what the argument should be supplied to here and what exactly this function is called, which means just nothing to me. So. Joined very late, sadly couldn't tackle it. Well, I'll put the video up, the recording up, so you can watch it if you feel like watching through another 6 hours. Solving the problem is easy. I think the biggest problem is reading other people's libraries, docs, and examples. Oh, reading through other people's. Yeah, that's why I try to, for a lot of these, I try to comment as much as possible so that it's easier to read through. Um, but yeah, reading some people's code sometimes can be difficult. Pseudocode comes easier, not the actual syntax in C++. Yeah, yeah. Some people do really uh, they make their code difficult to read on purpose because they think that by putting everything in one line with a bunch of like what are called ternary statements or just really complex statements that are all like one-liners as if that makes it somehow better. I don't buy into that because when the next person comes along and has to look at it, it's just, or if I come back to it in months' time, I have to like break it down and figure out what it says. It's just harder for me. So you'll see me doing stuff like this. I'll break simple like if blocks into really explicit, even with squigglies. You don't need to put the squigglies here. You can actually, put this up on this line here and remove the squiggles and it'll still execute just fine. But I don't like to do that because for me this is easier to consume. My brain has to fight less to understand what this is doing, and it's not like using another 2 lines is going to cost me money. It's not pay per line. So uh, I like to code like this, where it's just really easy to see what's going on. If we paid per line, we would be it'd be like those authors during those periods of all the classical literature written, where they tried to the Renaissance. Thank you. Um, who am I thinking of? Like Tolstoy and War and Peace, where they every word was 10 kopecks or something. Get paid. .com error programmers. Okay, well, I am gonna go eat something before I fall over. This was quite a marathon. Yeah, it's 2:40 or 3:40 p.m. right now. Been going since 9 something. And thank you for joining me on this coding stream. Hopefully it was
Thank
helpful.
you. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, have a good weekend all, and happy Veterans Day again.
Yes.
So, cheers guys. Bye.